All right, Madam Chair, we're now live.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call the June board meeting to order. Thanks to everyone for joining us this morning. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
He's excused.
Board Member Skarziga.
Di, here.
Board Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here. Thank you. First item this morning is to approve the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
I move to approve the agenda as published.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any concerns? There's stuff showing up on my screen that I'm not asking for, but any concerns with the agenda changes, colleagues? Great. Let's call that a unanimous vote. Thank you. So the next item.
Next thing, are we going to pull something from the consent agenda? Thank you. It sounded.
So I'm going to let you make a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Board Member Rankin.
I would like to pull two things from the consent agenda.
So how about we first get a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I love it. Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 418 and 421 from the consent agenda. These are disciplinary actions.
What was the second one, please?
421.
So we will need to discuss those later in the day.
Yes, thank you.
Any other items, colleagues?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move to lay agenda item 4.05 over until August.
Okay, thank you. I understand that is at the request of the
authorizer.
Authorizer. Okay, that's great. All right, there's a motion on the floor to lay over 4.05. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Great, thank you. So that item has been laid over. We've also had a request to pull items 4.18, 4.21. So I need a motion now, please, Board Member Rankin, to have a motion for the amended agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the amended agenda, pulling 4.18 and 4.21 until tomorrow, and the rest is approved.
And laying over 4.05.
I'm sorry, and laying over 4.05.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I guess we better call the roll this time, Ms. Maramba.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. I actually kind of forgot myself. I did want to make a comment about the consent agenda, and that was about the charter renewals. And I think I just want to go on the record to say that most of the charter renewals were for charters that are successful, that have a performance rating, that have strong participation. There's at least one that is on turnaround with low participation, and I'm troubled by that. I recognize that this is about local control, and it's the responsibility of the school districts to be monitoring. That's the way it's set up. but it's not clear to me whether we just approved a 3 or a 5-year extension, but I am troubled that that's what's being brought forward by the districts. I don't know that we have any authority to do anything until that district is 5 years on, when that school is 5 years on the clock, but I would wish our school boards would be looking a whole lot more carefully and demonstrating, at least to us, that there'll be changes in that school so that it will not be on turnaround and that they will have participation. I just found that really troubling. So sorry I didn't say that a few minutes earlier. The next item is a report from Ms. Maramba, please.
Good morning, everyone. So just thank you all for joining us virtually. Again, just a reminder, everything can be found on board docs for this meeting. This is most likely our last virtual regular meeting, and the board is intended to come back in person for our August meeting. All updates for that can be found on our state board website closer to the date. The case convention is going to be in Breckenridge, July 28th through the 30th in person. Registration and hotel reservations are being booked now, so if you need anything, please let Carol and I know. The National Forum for Education Policy, organized by the Education Commission of the States, is going to be July 7th through the 9th, so just let us know if you have any questions for that. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge that one of the line items for the CD budget discussion on Thursday directly relates to the State Board of Education. I've been working with an architect, AV, and acoustic team to prepare draft design plans for our board renovation, and I'll be actively working with city staff on this project and have been thinking ahead to what the state board might need as it expands from 7 members to 9 in 2023. I'm always happy to answer any questions that you have about this, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. I have a couple of things. One, just a reminder to colleagues that Ms. Maramba did send out a schematic of the proposed layout for the board room. So please look over that. If you have any questions, please share that. Secondly, for the Education Commission of the States, I looked at their website yesterday. I didn't see any way that you can register for that. Do you have information regarding that?
I don't know offhand, but I can find it and I'll send it out to all the board members.
Okay, because all the registrations were for prior, or all the information was for prior conventions or for some recent webinars that they've been having, but I didn't see anything else. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because you brought up the issue of the schematics for potential changes to the board room, I just wanted to mention that I hope to get staff input on what might work best for them, because so much of what makes our meetings work is tied to what allows it to work for staff who is supporting us, provided that the public can see and hear us and have access to us. Other than that, I didn't really have a strong feeling about the design, but would love to have staff input with respect to what would and would not pose the greatest challenges for them.
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. Do you want to respond to that, Ms. Maramba? Because I believe you have been seeking input.
Yes, we have. We're definitely making sure staff are, taking a look, thinking through this. We are also telling the architect that this space will be used as conference space when not in use for the state board. So we're definitely keeping that in mind as well.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any other questions or comments of Ms. Maramba colleagues? All right, next item is our commissioner's report. Commissioner Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, members of the board. I feel like we went from 50 degrees and raining to 95 degrees and sunny, all in the space of a week. And I will just say, I said this to some of you who were on, but I think it is a good thing that we're remote this one last time, because the AC broke in our building. And so it's already 85 degrees in here, and because it was broken all day yesterday, and so it heated up during the day and it has not cooled off. So if you see us without our jackets on, that's the reason why. We're just trying to make it through today. So as for my update today, it just, there is just some continuing kind of good news. I feel like we're coming out of the woods here on COVID a little bit. The vaccine rates are climbing up. The virus numbers are down statewide, except for a few communities where they do still have some higher rates. And schools are now out, so districts are planning and refreshing for next year, and hopefully taking a little bit of time off to kind of get some space after this really difficult year. We are also getting structures in place for delivery of all of the funds and resources to districts. We did receive, I told you at the last board meeting that we asked for an extension for our ESSER plan. We did receive an extension from the U.S. Department of Education to August 31st. We had asked for September, but we got August 31st, and so we will make that work, and we're grateful that we got that extension. We are also, doing a lot of hiring right now for supports to get the grant money out, track and assist with implementation, the reporting, all of the different things that come with, managing also are in the process of reviewing candidates for our lead resource officer that I told you about last month. So that position closed, and we have a candidate pool, and we're now reviewing those candidates. So we are sort of well on our way to getting structures in place to make sure we're able to be good stewards of these dollars moving forward. We are also continuing to work with CDPHE, the Department of Public Health, for planning of next year. And 3 months is a long time in the land of COVID. So things could really change, but again, we're still working with them on hopefully revised and more flexible guidance so that districts can make local decisions about what is working for them based on their own context, their own vaccine rates, their own situations. We are pushing for that flexibility and that local decision making. We are also working with them on a possible testing program, a COVID testing program for younger students. So again, things may change in the next 3 months where younger students may be able to get vaccinated. But right now, if you're under 12, you still can't get vaccinated. So they are still, they can still pass the virus on to other students and any unvaccinated adult. So we are working on potentially supporting supporting CDPHE to do a student quick response testing, COVID testing program in case the vaccines are not available for them, so that would also be another tool in the toolbox to keep students in person learning. Because if you can test a student and get a quick response, then maybe you don't need to quarantine a full class or a full cohort. So again, we have to kind of parallel process these things. We hope we don't have to use a testing process, but in case the vaccines aren't ready for younger students, we need to be prepared for that. So we're working with them on that. And then I thought I would also just give you a couple little, more management updates from me. We are, we are beginning our process to return back to the office as of June 1st. So we are doing a phased process for that. It's not like all of a sudden everybody's back in the office and the doors are open and we're completely back to normal. We really are trying to do a phased and thoughtful process while thinking about some new innovations, that we've learned about from COVID. You all know that we sometimes can't offer the highest salaries for employees. And so the remote work and the hybrid work, our employees have really enjoyed. That has decreased their commute time. It has increased their, sometimes their balance with their family, and that has been a real benefit to them. In my opinion, and in the opinion of our executive staff who oversee all these different units, we have only increased productivity, not decreased it. Unfortunately, that means sometimes people work longer because they're working during their commute times, but they're still happy doing that if they're not commuting. So we are looking at different little pilots in the department through this June through September timeframe, where different units pilot different approaches to hybrid work, where we still know we need to come in and collaborate with each other and be in person, but there may be some days where remote work is beneficial and there's less distractions, and you don't have to do that commute time and you don't have to pay for parking. We've never had a parking benefit here at CDE, and parking is very expensive. As we know, the transportation from RTD has been cut in many circumstances. It hasn't come back fully online. All the bus routes have not come back. So we are in a phased approach to coming back, but I'm just going to be honest, it's going to look a little different than it did in the past. And I think that's because, as long as we're serving our customer and we're tracking that, and as long as we're getting the work done, and it's a benefit to our staff, we may think of a more hybrid approach to that. Of course, always coming in and being in person when needed and when that's appropriate. But if there are some days where there's no in-person meetings and you can just have some focused time, in your home office, then we are considering that. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. For example, most people related to the board meeting are in the office today. It was kind of a bad decision today since it's so hot here, but those are the different things we're thinking about. And then one more management update. You all know that educator licensing is one of the things we do that intersects with every teacher on a regular basis. It's one of our most front-facing offices of customer service. And so we know that when there's a slowdown, you will always hear about it. And so I want you to hear about it from me first. There is a slowdown on issuing educator licenses, and there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, we saw a big stop in educator licenses during COVID. Teachers it was one more thing they just didn't have time to do, and getting all their renewal stuff together. And, and so now we're seeing an influx of renewals and an influx of that backlog. In addition, I told you last month or 2 months ago that we instituted a new online system for issuing licenses. And I told you there would be some natural, bumps as we're learning a new system and as educators are learning a new system. And so there have been some of those which have, slowed things down a little bit, but they're all getting worked out. Our partners at CBI, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, who manage our fingerprints, they have to integrate with the new system too. And that has been that integration has been a little bit slower than we would want. So I just want you to know we are on it. We are restructuring some things to get get more folks and more time on task on the licenses and with CBI. But if you hear from some constituents that like, why is my teacher's license taking so long? There is just a little bit of a slowdown right now, and we're working as hard as we can to get that up and running. But if you do get a constituent to ask you about that, feel free to send it on to us, and we will get you any information we need and give you sort of a time estimate. So I think that was what I had for you all today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there consequences for teachers or districts if there is a delay in getting their licenses?
There aren't for the most part, but if there is an emergency need, like if the district is like, we absolutely need it before we would accelerate that. And so again, if you hear from a constituent that's like, I absolutely need it, like tell us, and we will make sure they get bumped, to the top of the line.
Okay, great. Thank you. Colleagues, do you have questions for the commissioner? Board Member Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. Excuse me. I haven't been talking to anybody until I started here this morning. I'll have to practice this. Anyway, back to the timeline for the waiver, where we have to have the plan in by August 31st. We as a board weren't set to have our second workshop or work session until like sometime in August. How is that going to play out with what we're able to give for input?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Skarzica. I think we just got our extension yesterday, so we do need to think through that. But I'm hopeful that we can be providing you information through July and maybe doing some one-on-ones, getting feedback, collating your feedback. Then we have the August board meeting, which we're going to dedicate a significant portion to this discussion. And we'll have to talk with the board chair and vice chair about if we could, adjust our protocol a little bit to possibly vote in August. Or at least get a strong, direction in August. And then we would put it together still. And the U.S. Department of Education is usually flexible if we need to change it. So if we put it together for August 31st, based on your strong feedback in the August board meeting, and then you needed to come back in September and tweak a few things, or you had a different decision or something new came up, I think we could amend the plan to the U.S. Department of Ed.
Okay, so thank you, very helpful. And the second thing I just want to offer, excuse me, my support for your hybrid idea of working, right? And so I have a child who went into the private sector just after graduating from years of college, and that is one of the draws that they receive. And it's they're back in the office as of just this week, but it's still 3 days in the office, 2 days at home, and it really makes a difference. It does. It makes it competitive. And wherever she went, that was pretty much one of the, potentials. So I really, as far as being able to recruit and be competitive in any way, would definitely support whatever you're doing in that area. So thanks.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo that support for the idea that if the work is getting done, however it's getting done, making them go through the commute into Denver doesn't seem like a great idea if it's not necessary. And maybe, who knows, maybe it opens the door to folks who are situated farther from the Metroplex, so that if they only have to come in a limited number of days, maybe you'll get a broader pool of applicants, particularly for positions where proximity to some of our rural districts is essential. Also, I just want to say, if you're reducing the carbon footprint by not putting all those cars on the road, I think you should get some kind of credit as a state employer. Maybe mention that to the governor's office. I think I think you deserve some credit if you're reducing cars on the road.
Liberties are rooted in the cherished documents that gave birth to our nation, those being the United States Constitution with its Bill of Rights, which document sets forth the principles upon which our government is based. And whereas the core principles embodied in the foundational documents that define the United States of government form a common bond to unite the people of the United States. And whereas we as Americans enjoy our freedom and the rule of law through these documents our founding fathers created, and whereas the civil culture that defines the United States can be sustained as long as each generation develops a deep understanding and commitment to the principles of our founding documents, and accordingly, it is vital that every American be educated in the knowledge of the Constitution. And whereas informed citizens are necessary to exercise and exhibit responsible and civil knowledge, which will ensure the preservation of our form of constitutional self-government, and whereas constitutional self-government places a tremendous degree of responsibility and trust upon the citizens who are to govern themselves, and whereas, in the words of our nation's first president, George Washington, during his April 30th, 1789 inaugural address, the preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered, deeply, finally staked on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. And whereas Section 22-1-104 Colorado Revised Statute requires that the history and civil government of the United States shall be taught in all public schools in Colorado, and that satisfactory completion of such a course shall be a condition of high school graduation in the public schools in Colorado. And whereas by the unanimous consent of the states present at the Constitutional Congress on Monday, September 17th, 1787 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the Constitution was submitted to the state delegations for ratification, and it subsequently was ratified and amended to include its Bill of Rights, where our unalienable rights and liberties are enumerated. And whereas Constitution Day was established to celebrate the United States Constitution with its Bill of Rights, and whereas Constitution Day provides an opportunity for American citizens to reaffirm the achievements of our founding fathers and recommit ourselves to preserving the rights, privileges, and responsibilities of our nation's founders secured for themselves and for the posterity of future generations of Americans now. And therefore, be it resolved that the Colorado State Board of Education hereby agrees with the United States Congress in declaring September 17th as Constitution Day to celebrate our representative republic system of government and the central contributions of the Constitution to the freedom Americans are privileged to enjoy. And be it further resolved that the Colorado State Board of Education encourages all educators in Colorado to inform students about the contents, importance, and significance of the United States Constitution with its Bill of Rights. And be it further resolved that the Colorado State Board of Education recommends that educators take an active role by celebrating, discussing, and seeking the active involvement of members of their communities in designing and implementing relevant educational programs. Dated this 9th day of June, 2021.
Thank you so much. If there are no questions or comments, Ms. Maramba, could you call the vote, please?
Board Member Skarska.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Sheffield.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. And thank you, Board Member Sheffield, for reading that. During that reading, there are all sorts of blings going on between the commissioner and someone else. Do you have an update for us, Commissioner, before we go to the next item?
Sure, thank you. We were just made aware that the live feed went down for probably 1 minute or 2 minutes or something like that, but it is back up and running again. And so for the members of the public that may have missed something, we were just reading the resolution that is on board docs. You can read the full resolution there. And then we also had an answer to Dr. Esser's question that yes, districts will be able to see licenses that are in progress, so they will know that applicants have already submitted an application. So those are my updates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Next item, for our colleagues and members of the public, we want to take this time to recognize and read any written public comment we've received this month prior to 5 p.m. yesterday. As we're still on a remote platform, we encourage members of the public to submit written comments to the board office. These have been distributed to us in advance and will also be posted on board docs. I will note that we do anticipate being in person in our August meeting, and we hope to have in-person public comment at that time. At this time, I'll ask our director to read any public comment that has come into the board office in the order it was received. Comments would be for a maximum of 3 minutes for a total of 30 minutes. Ms. Maramba?
Thank you. And we have a handful of public comments. I'll be alternating with Dana Smith, our communications director. I believe it's her title. Sorry, Dana, if I got that wrong. Okay, here we go. So the first one is from the Boys and Girls Club of Colorado. Dear board members, on behalf of Colorado's Boys and Girls, I am happy to share with you our support and work on the 5th Day School Enrichment Program funding. This bill was the work of the community input from our Pueblo County, Chaffee County, Adams County, Routt County, and Fremont County clubs. As you all know, Colorado leads the country in 4-day school districts, and working families rely on the support of community providers like clubs for affordable care on the 5th day. Without community providers helping on the 5th day, young people are responsible for taking care of siblings at home, receive no supplemental education programming while at home for more than 10 hours, frequently go without well-balanced meals and/or snacks, and their parents spend time at work worrying about their children at home without supervision or have to take time off to care for them. This bill is a limited grant funding opportunity for community providers in rural schools who are the 5th day option in their communities. We wanted to encourage innovation enrichment activities and programs by out-of-school time providers, as well as ensure young people can access these opportunities while receiving the meals and support they need on the 5th day. For clubs, we use evidence-based and evidence-informed practices that promote social and emotional skill development and improve the mental and behavioral health of young people. And depending on community needs, clubs often provide increased access to health services through oral, vision, and dental screening and other primary care services on the 5th day and during summer. Clubs are also preparing youth with career readiness skills essential for a 21st century workforce. These experiences and programs are critical for all youth to grow into leaders and responsible citizens. If there are any questions about the impetus of this bill, or if you want to hear from our communities on the importance of this bill, please reach out to me or your local club leadership. We'd be happy to discuss further or coordinate a town hall or virtual meeting with other youth and parents. We also welcome the opportunity to share our work and how this bill can be an avenue to support after-school and school enrichment providers with ESSER 3 funding as well. We would also ask that you consider us a partner in your work to assess community need for ESSER 3 funding. Our clubs, along with other providers, will be willing to co-host a town hall or youth session with our families to discuss their needs and what would be most impactful for communities who rely on after-school and out-of-school time providers for their children. In the time of a tight state budgeting and expanded federal support, we believe in investing after-school and out-of-school programs is critical for maximizing the state resources and improving the future of Colorado. We would like to be your partner in this effort and welcome any opportunity to discuss with you how we can promote programs that will benefit for our young people. Please let me know if I can be of assistance to you in this area, or let me know what additional information would be helpful for you. We'd welcome any visit to our clubs from you and your children so you can see the club experience firsthand, meet our amazing people, and hear their stories. And that's from Danielle Felder, Executive Director of Colorado Alliance of Boys and Girls Clubs. All right, Dana.
Hi, sorry, I didn't change my background from my my week last week. I am reading a letter to you from Lindsay Dracos. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Dracos. I am co-chair of COPID. In January of 2020, I gave a similar speech to you, encouraging the use of a licensure test that tests knowledge of the science of reading. A year and a half later, I'm thrilled to be submitting this public comment in support of the CDE's suggestion of the Praxis Teaching Reading Elementary 5205 licensure test. According to National Council on Teacher Quality's 2021 report on teacher preparation policy, only 20 states require a test that fully measures elementary candidates' knowledge of the science of reading. Only 11 states require such a test of their special education teachers, even though difficulty reading is the primary reason students are assigned to special education. About half of states, 24, expect early childhood teachers to demonstrate their knowledge of emergent literacy as communicated by licensure tests, state standards, or other state guidance. Colorado could join these states with the board's consent today. It is so important to test teachers' knowledge of the science of reading. As a state, we are filling in so many holes that have allowed kids to fall through the cracks. And this is one more that will accomplish two things: encourage higher ed prep programs to teach the science of reading, and as a result, help produce teachers with the knowledge needed to teach reading effectively. I'm especially happy with the suggestion that special education teachers have to pass this test, considering over 40% of kids in special education in Colorado are there for specific learning disability, 85% of those for reading. Oftentimes, when a child is behind enough in reading to qualify for special education, Tier 3, the special education teacher has less literacy-specific training than the literacy specialist, who is a Tier 2 interventionist. I've never understood why the system is set up this way. Additionally, CDE's suggestion of this test for early childhood educators is also promising. Reading is an extension of language, and those early childhood educators are on the front line of encouraging language development. If we have teachers in the preschool ages knowledgeable about language and reading, I think we will see the benefit in later reading scores in Colorado. One suggestion that I have is that CDE publish how many teachers pass the test on the first try, second try, etc., as well as the average score, both data points published by university. Some states require this reporting, and I believe it will help drive change in higher ed teacher prep programs. Thank you so much for your time today and for all you do for Colorado kids in all ways, but especially in regard to literacy. We are making great changes with your leadership.
Okay. The next one says, it's on equity training, aka critical race theory, from Judy Brandberg. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, enacted July 2nd, 1964, is a landmark civil rights and labor law in the United States that outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, and later sexual orientation and gender identity. It prohibits unequal application of voter registration requirements, racial segregation in schools, and public accommodations and employment discrimination. The Act remains one of the most significant legislative achievements in American history because it protects all students, parents, teachers, administrators, and school employees from discrimination. The Civil Rights Act provides the framework for equal opportunities for all people in the United States of America. This is what all parents, students, teachers, and administrators in Colorado and the United States of America want: equality. Equity training, aka critical race theory, CRT, however, divides students into groups. Equity training says that there must be an equal outcome, which only happens when you discriminate and favor one group over another. On one side, you have children who are told that they need to be ashamed of their race, color, religion, sex, national origin, sexual orientation, and or gender identity. On the other side, you have the children who are told that they are victims of their race, color, religion, sex, national origin, sexual orientation, and other gender identity, and there is no way to avoid discrimination in schools. Equity training, aka critical race theory, creates a hotbed of hate and racism in our schools. Martin Luther King Jr., the father of our modern day civil rights movement, stated, quote, "I have a dream that my four little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character," unquote. Equity training is not the dream that Martin Luther King envisioned. It is a nightmare. As a parent of 3 sons, all who graduated from Douglas County School District high schools, and a grandmother of 6, 2 of her currently attending Douglas County School District public schools, and as the co-founder of the STEM school in Highlands Ranch, I implore you to cancel the Equity and Excellence Learning Series because of one reason. Equity training is a violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 because it's discriminatory and undermines the purpose for which it was created. Thank you for your time and careful consideration to cancel this Divisive Equity and Excellence Learning Series. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Respectfully submitted, Judy Bramberg.
The next public comment is from Johanna Stahl. To whom it may concern, I'm a Douglas County parent whose children attend public middle school and high school. I'm writing to express my anger and dismay that our state and county continue to spend taxpayer dollars on what is commonly referred to as equity training. Not only is this money being spent without our approval, but it is abusive to our children. Our students are being demoralized by being taught communist values. They're being shamed if they support and respect law enforcement. If they don't support and embrace the LGBTQ community, they're labeled as homophobic. If they believe in God, they're part of a cult. If they don't go along with the indoctrination being taught, they're racist. Who is racist here? You are. You're the ones creating division and segregation. The kids don't see skin color when they work and play together, and we don't either. Your Equity and Excellence Conference is supposed to address historically underserved students' needs. This year, your schedule of events includes such topics as Reset and Reimagine the Future, addressing opportunity gaps, and maximizing equitable access to student support. I can tell you, the majority of parents in Douglas County do not want the kind of reset you are envisioning. We are not ready or willing to allow you to do the following: divide and treat our kids differently based on race, gender, religion, or political views in their homes. None of those aspects are any of your business and should not make any difference in the school setting. Train them to think America is systemically oppressive. Divide them into oppressor and oppressed classes and treat them differently based on this arbitrary grouping. Tell them the system owes them equal outcomes. Foster a culture of victimhood. This kind of thinking doesn't help anyone succeed in the real world. We want equality of opportunity, not equity of outcomes. Let's rename it Equality of Opportunity Training and get on the same page. Character, determination, and hard work are what determine success. These are the values I want to see promoted in our schools. The propaganda of systemic racism and cancel culture has to end now. We have already seen problems in our district where the Board of Education says they were unaware that certain equity training had been paid for and was in progress. Please examine your training and materials for this type of propaganda and remove it. The voters and taxpayers of Colorado, as well as across America, won't stand for these abuses to continue. Sincerely, Johanna Stahl.
And the next one is from Sandy Brown with the Colorado Early Colleges. She says, I'm the Chief Executive Administrator for the Colorado Early Colleges, CEC, a charter school network that operates multiple charter schools, all of which are authorized by the charter school institution. CEC serves over 4,000 students. I'm submitting my written comments to formally express my concerns with several guidance documents published by the Colorado Department of Education, CDE. Specifically, the school district calendar and instructional hour guidance dated April 21st, 2021, the draft supplemental online courses guidance dated April 30th, 2021, and the draft blended learning courses guidance dated April 30th, 2021. First, CEC fully supports accountability for both in-person and online learning programs. That said, I have several concerns with the guidance document listed above. My concerns are the following. The definition of asynchronous learning is being modified within 3 guidance documents in a way that eliminates instruction that does not occur in real time. The definitions in the guidance document contradict the definition of asynchronous learning that was provided in the working definitions document that was included in your board packets. Changing the meaning of asynchronous learning will create unintended consequences that do nothing to promote accountability, but will instead eliminate programs and stifle innovation. The guidance documents were issued too late in the year. CEC, as well as many other schools and districts, have put significant resources into creating programs that will allow students to participate in supplemental online programs and blended learning programs. CEC alone has enrolled more than 1,500 students for next year in the supplemental online program created especially for part-time students. CEC is respectfully asking that the guidance document not be adopted for the 21-22 school year. 3, the documents in your board packets make several references to a variance waiver process. However, I could not find anything within your board packets that explains the process or criteria for obtaining such variance waiver. Our budgets have already been created, our staff for next year have been hired, and our students are enrolled, but now we are faced with great uncertainty created by CDE's guidance documents. CEC is happy to provide CDE with as much aggregated data about our students as it would like, and we are also happy to participate in learning cohorts on the subject. Nonetheless, CEC opposes adopting guidance documents that will immediately necessitate a waiver process, particularly when the process and criteria are unknown and we are just 2 months from the start of a new school year. 4, the supplemental online guidance and blended learning guidance limits students' ability to take supplemental online courses or blended learning courses to 40% of their total course schedule. This has a unique impact on part-time students who are not primarily receiving their education at a brick-and-mortar public school. Prior to the issuance of these guidance documents, students were permitted to take between 1 supplemental online course and up to 1 class less than a full course load. This policy provided students with the maximum flexibility and the benefit of attending a brick-and-mortar school while maintaining the ability to learn in a more flexible environment. Currently, CEC part-time students can meet their contact hour requirements by taking 2 to 4 courses, which meets the learning guidance of a minimum of 90 contact hours and no more than 360 contact hours. Under the draft guidance documents, part-time students will only be able to enroll in 1 course, which will prevent them from satisfying the minimum contact hour requirement, and also will eliminate the supplemental online course and blended learning courses as an option. Furthermore, full-time students will only be able to take 1 to 2 supplemental online courses or blended learning courses while satisfying the 40% maximum restriction. CEC values the discussion the guidance documents have created and would love an opportunity to participate with CDE in refining the guidance documents and creating better accountability systems. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter. I look forward to your response at the earliest convenience, and that was submitted by Sandy Brown, Chief Executive Administrator, Colorado Early Colleges.
Okay, I have the last public comment submission. It is from Constance Jones. Dear State Board of Education members, I am the Chief Executive Officer of Goal High School. Goal is both the largest multi-district online school and the largest alternative education campus in Colorado. I am submitting my written public comments because I am very concerned with potential changes in the definition of asynchronous learning. As you are aware, the Colorado Department of Education recently released multiple guidance documents that, while not applicable to Goal at this time, have begun to redefine the meaning of asynchronous learning. The 3 documents are 1, School District Calendar and Instructional Hours Guidance, dated April 21, 2021. 2, Draft Supplemental Online Course Guidance, dated April 30, 2021. And 3, Draft Blended Learning Courses Guidance, dated April 30, 2021. Many of Goal's students have responsibilities that require them to be employed full-time to help support their families. To best serve our students, Goal must utilize asynchronous learning as it is presently defined and understood. Our teachers work diligently to develop lessons and supports to ensure that their asynchronous instruction provides students with the ability to master the content and demonstrate their competency in the subject matter they are learning. CDE's new guidance documents are redefining the meaning of asynchronous learning in a way that, if applied to Goal and other schools like ours, will entirely eliminate the flexibility our students have and require. Furthermore, our students do not have any other options. They do not have the luxury of enrolling in other programs, which means our students likely will never finish high school if the meaning of asynchronous learning is changed in the way proposed by the recent guidance documents. As I mentioned, I realize CDE's new guidance does not currently apply to Goal, but I am concerned that the new definition will also be applied to multi-district online schools in the future. By redefining asynchronous learning, CDE is creating a precedent for that new definition to also be applied more broadly. I respectfully request that you find a different means of addressing CDE's concerns that will not create a cascade of unintended consequences. I am happy to discuss this matter with you and would relish the opportunity to be involved in future discussions on this pressing matter. Sincerely, Constance Jones, PhD, Chief Executive Officer.
Ms. Marama, does that conclude public comment?
Yes.
That does, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think we'll go to the next item, student learning for the Early Literacy Grant Awards. Commissioner, are we ready for that?
Yes,
Well,
Madam Chair, yes. I do believe we're ready for that. I see Dr. Cobb and Dr. Kolsman in our lobby. So I will turn it over to Dr. Kolsman or Dr. Cobb. I'm not actually sure which.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'll be giving an overview to both of these items from the Student Learning Division related to literacy grants, just to provide a little bit of context. And then I'll be handing off to Dr. Cobb. So the first item is our Early Literacy Grant Program Professional Development Awards. This is one of the award programs within the Early Literacy Grant itself. And Dr. Cobb will be going through our recommendations. This is an annual award process for a specific subcategory of awards, which is for professional development. We'll also then, after this item, after you vote on the recommendations for these awards, we'll give you a brief update of the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant Program. This is the federal grant that's Colorado has been awarded and is in progress of implementing. This will be a very short presentation, just providing you a brief update. We have devoted or put aside adequate time for both items, likely more time than is needed, but we do so, we frequently add time to our literacy presentations, just knowing how important this issue is to the board. So, so our presentations will be quite brief, just to make sure that we have adequate time for any input or feedback from the board. And then also just for some further context, with the changes that happened to the READ Act in Senate Bill 19-199, there was a requirement for the department to engage with an external evaluator for all of our READ Act activities, including our early literacy grant program. We will be having the evaluators from WestEd present the key findings from their report at our August meeting. So at that time, you'll have an opportunity to hear what we've learned through this initial work regarding the early literacy grant program, as well as other READ Act implementation activities. And then also through the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, we had provided information in the past to you regarding a needs assessment that would accompany that work. And we, earlier in the spring, provided you with just some high-level initial findings. We'll also have that report for you later this summer, and we're planning in September to kind of hopefully tie all of this together to say, what is it that we've been learning about implementation of the READ Act, our comprehensive, from our needs assessment, but then also from our early literacy grant work, so that you as board members can start to think about what is it that we want to continue doing, what might be some things that we may want to make some modifications to get better outcomes, and might there be some things that we would want to stop doing. So just letting you know that we are planning a larger conversations around all of these through August and September, so that you will have an opportunity to kind of synthesize all of this. So again, I provide that context for you because as with all of this work, it ends up being kind of very episodic of here's a presentation, here's another presentation, here's another presentation. And we're really thinking that more of a comprehensive conversation will be really valuable in August and September around this. So with that, I will hand off to Dr. Cobb to work us through this item on our Early Literacy Professional Development Grant.
Great, thank you, Dr. Colsman. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. As Dr. Colsman noted, we're just here to present information on the Early Literacy Grant Professional Development Grant Awards. As you can see on this slide, it will provide background on the Early Literacy Grant. Specifically, as Dr. Colsman noted, there are 3 programs, and we'll talk about those just briefly to give you an overview. In context for the legislative timeline, just wanted to provide some background on this particular piece. This bill was actually a part of House Bill, I believe 1393, which you will see here in just a moment. But I think the legislative timeline really matters in terms of how things have reorganized in terms of the READ Act related to the additional professional development requirements that have been placed upon teachers. And so this professional development grant is intended to provide funds to support additional training beyond the mandatory required professional development training that all teachers must engage in. So you can see through this particular piece in terms of what it allows for, particularly in terms of providing assistance in terms of these number of areas. In terms of the 3 programs together, collectively, there is the Comprehensive Early Literacy Grant Program that is provided to both schools and districts, the Sustainability Grant Program, and then the Literacy Professional Development Program, which we are talking about today, just so we're clear in terms of the distinctions between those. And in terms of what the requirements are, excuse me, this bill allows for up to 10% in 1393 allowed for 10% of awards for sustainability grants up to 1 year, and then also allowed for 15% for professional development, which is what we're talking about right now. And then the remaining went to the comprehensive early literacy grant. And so what happens here is it'll increase the amount of funds that are available, or Senate Bill 19199 increased the funds that were available up to $7.5 million from $5 million, and then also allowed for the administration to schools as well. In terms of where we are with the early literacy grant in general, you can see that this is a sort of a broad overview in terms of how our early literacy grant cohorts are progressing. Our 4th cohort is entering into year 4. We did have some professional development grants provided last year, and we'll have some additional recommendations for you this year. In terms of the number of applicants, there were 29 applications received, as you can see, for $1.5 million, and the department is recommending approval for 13 local education providers for the professional development grant for a total of 1.125. And you can see that there were applicants from 5 rural or small rural, 3 urban districts, and 1 charter school. If you look in your memo and your materials, you should be able to see the information for the recommendations of the districts and or schools. And so with that, I'll transition back over to either you, Madam Chair, or Dr. Colsman to see if she has any closing thoughts.
Dr. Colsman?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cobb, for that overview. And again, the professional development grants are a new kind of subcategory of this grant program. These are annual. We typically come to you in May and June of each year, and so we have our recommendations for you to consider for this year.
Thank you. Before we start a discussion, I'd appreciate a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Early Literacy Grant Award recommendations as posted in board docs.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, I'll go down the line for discussions. Board Member McClellan, do you have any questions?
None for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, and I don't know if it belongs here or if it's for Dr. Colesman or Dr. Cobb, but what type of professional development do these districts or these people applying for grants include in their grant application?
In most cases, the grant applicants are looking to be able to provide additional and deepening their knowledge related to the science of reading, such that it winds up being in alignment with the READ Act. And so in some cases, they will seek out professional development from different vendors in terms of their ability to provide that training. And so I want to make sure again that this is distinct from the K-3 teacher training requirement, because there's a minimum threshold that everyone needs to complete in order to get some foundational background knowledge with the science of reading. And so what happens with these professional development grants is that they will then use these opportunities to be able to either deepen their knowledge related to these particular experiences, and then be able to provide kind of different forms of work related to implementation actually of it. So the work that we provide with the department and with the state provided training, there's basic just kind of 101-ish training, so to speak, and these grants provide additional opportunity to deepen knowledge.
And can you give me a specific example just so I have a better idea of what this training is?
I would need to pull up specific schools in terms of their applications to distinguish which ones they have. I can certainly be able to get that information to you at a later point in time. But by and large, the intent behind it is to be able to either provide professional development or training or coaching in the science of reading.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel?
Yeah, I was just trying to look at the grant and figure out, is the professional development, what kind of professional development is it? And I think the previous question kind of alluded to that. I mean, is it have a high likelihood of being able to be applied and actually implemented, or is it more knowledge-based? Or do you have any control over that as far as what type of PD we're funding here?
Yes, certainly we have control over that in terms of the requirements that are set forth in the rules related to their literacy grant. They provide parameters for that specifically. Obviously wanting to make sure that the professional development that they're engaged in is, providing a rate of return in terms of being able to show growth in terms of their own professional learning and professional development. So there are requirements that need to be submitted at the completion of the grant award to be able to determine how well, what the experience, whether or not the experience that they sought actually led to improved outcomes, and then we can use that information to be able to support us in the future whenever those recommendations continue to move forward.
Well, I guess it would be helpful if we're going to vote, yes, this looks good. I'd love to just kind of know what was funded, just because professional development, historically is kind of all over the map in terms of quality. I know the rules provide some guidance, but since a lot of that language is somewhat ambiguous, folks can get funding for a whole range of things that may not really translate into improved achievement. So I'd love to sort of see what was funded. Go ahead, Melissa, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. It's a little bit hard in our remote environment, so thank you. Madam Chair, Dr. Scheffel, the funding, the allowable funding for this grant program includes professional development from our CDE approved professional development courses. So they may choose from that. So there is a finite universe for that fund use. It can be used for on-site consulting, coaching, or training from our approved consultant advisory list. So again, the universe is very tight on this. It could be related to training from CDE approved instructional programming provided by that approved vendor. It can be training related to use of our approved READ Act diagnostic, summative, and interim assessments provided by that vendor. as well as providing additional support for tuition fees, books, and materials related to that, and for stipends or substitute costs. So we can get you the actual applications for these, but just want to clarify, it's not an open-ended grant program. It's a very tight program.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so you funded about a little less than half of them, right? And of the requests, you had 29 applications and you approved 13. When you think about who you didn't fund or did fund, is it because they have greater need, or is it because they proposed a model that had a high likelihood of success, or both?
Madam Chair, Board Member Shuffle, it's more the latter. There's a higher likelihood of success, and we also have to, are dealing with this in terms of subject availability to fund. So taking all of those ideas into account in terms of the quality application, how it ranks within the entirety of the application pool, that then helps to allow for us to determine what recommendations to make.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this grant the one that prior to Senate Bill 199 was in effect, where coaches from CDE went out into the field and spoke to districts? Is this Moffat County? Were they one of the first ones with that, or is that a different grant program?
Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, yes, the Early Literacy Grant Program was, we did have regional specialists to be able to provide guidance and support to districts earlier on, but as the bill has been amended and changed over time, obviously there have been different work product needs that we've had to shift our focuses to. And so in terms of having a regional model like we had previously, that regional model no longer is in existence, because what we needed to do was shift our focus in order to be able to provide support for the K-3 teacher training and other elements that came about from Senate Bill 19199.
So let's say teachers took advantage of the K-3 training that the department offered. Can there be, could that district apply for a grant a year later or 2 years later to allow those teachers that have already been trained to be coached at a higher level, and how they can help each other at the local level and not have to depend on these grants for improving the reading? I'll go right to the test scores, because Moffat County, when they had the person from CDE go out there, and I think it was 2013, I mean, the test scores 2 or 3 years later improved greatly. And I find those coaches from CDE to be extremely helpful in getting a local district coordinated better to continue to improve. Maybe you could just comment on that.
Sure, Madam Chair. Yes, that definitely could be a possibility, and I wanted to go back and make a point of clarification. Like I said, as a result of the early literacy grant, they still do get an early literacy grant consultant. So that still is part of the process for schools who are or districts now who are participating in the early literacy grants specifically. But I think the broader point that you're trying to make is that in terms of providing assistance to or thinking about literacy more comprehensively as opposed to episodic, similar to what Dr. Colesman had mentioned at the beginning of the introduction, I think is exactly part of the conversation that we're trying to move towards, and I think will be certainly a part of the conversations that we have as it relates to some of the budgetary guidance that is associated with the READ Act. Certainly there is a provision, I believe, in the allowable uses to allow for districts or recipients of the READ Act funds in general to be able to provide support for literacy specialists and coaching those who have great degrees of knowledge. And so really wanting to be able to make sure that, again, there is a broad and multifaceted approach to being able to address, the challenges that come about with reading. And I think we have a number of conversations about this where it's not just curriculum, it's not just training, but it's not just additional funding, but rather it's a complete picture that we're trying to address here.
And is this something that the third-party evaluator will be addressing in August and September?
Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, yes, that is actually a part of the third-party evaluator's comprehensive report. We've already been able to see like a preliminary draft of it, but there's a lot of information that they gathered, and so what we're trying to be able to do is kind of work back and forth in order to make sure that it's final, and certainly they'll be able to provide that information as part of the presentation in August, if that's certainly some pieces that you'd like to be able to see. So there is a lot of information that they were able to gather over time, and trying to condense that into a presentation that gets at the heart of the questions that you're looking for, I think is something that we can certainly coordinate with you on, in the time leading up to the presentation.
Thank you. That's something that I can understand. I really appreciate that, and I like the way you worded that. I have one more question. Are any of these grants or do these professional development grants, can they apply to principals and the people that are evaluating these teachers? Can they also get money for professional development?
Board Member Rankin, I wouldn't say that the principals specifically. I think the professional development grant is intended for the school itself. So certainly the principal can be one who can benefit from the experience. And again, I think that has been a question or that has continued to emerge in terms of what type of professional development support are leaders getting to be able to provide assistance to their schools, because certainly their roles as leaders and evaluators and decision makers, particularly when it comes to some of the more supplemental curricular purchases that get made within schools, I think matters. And so continuing to provide opportunities for them to be able to learn and engage matters. And so certainly they can continue to be part and participate in these activities.
Thank you so much for your work on this, Dr. Cobb. It's greatly appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you. Board Member Escarza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only question is back to the evaluation, and how soon can we get a report of their findings or even the information? And having been part of the team that designed and developed the questions they were supposed to work on legislatively, right? The legislative intent. I really want to read everything that comes through, and how soon can we see that?
Board Member Skarska, I believe we can get that to you as soon as it's final. I actually just received an email this morning saying that we're still going back and forth on a couple of edits related to it. But once we gather all of the information, we certainly can be able to provide it to you. Just for context, we have a lot of information in Dropbox, and so we want to make sure that when we present it to you, or when it is presented, it's done so in a way that is a comprehensive package. So so certainly by the end of the month, we would anticipate that we would have the information final.
All right, because I think it would probably be helpful for both of us if I can see it and then know I can ask you some questions even ahead of time, things that I'm going to be asking for and such, rather than, I think it'll be helpful. Yep.
That'd be great.
I'll read it. Thank you. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctors Colesman and Cobb, I guess I want to point out, based on all these questions, that we do have some concerns about this process and about understanding more, not about who got the grants, but what are the grants being, where's the money being spent, etc. And then hoping that there are some ways to measure results. One of my fundamental questions about this whole thing is, if we're giving resources to districts and schools shouldn't all the participants, the teachers involved, already have that 45-hour training and already be at a level of understanding the science of teaching reading in order to get the most bang out of the efforts that are undergone? That's a question that I'd like for you all to consider. What are the criteria, not just what programs they're going to pick, but also where are they in their deeper understanding of this? Because this is, I think, designed to get even deeper, to have perhaps evaluations of what folks are doing, et cetera. And if you're coming into it cold as a teacher, I don't think it can be as meaningful as if you've already had the necessary training. But I guess I want to find out maybe for next year that we have more information about what are the intended uses of those funds. It's a lot of money. When you start adding it all up, it's a tremendous amount of money, but it's a tremendous challenge that we have in the state. And we do definitely want to be successful. We don't want to find out that, hey, this didn't work or that didn't work, or at least not in any significant way. So I'd be grateful if you would consider that. And then also kind of go back to the questions that we've asked this morning to see what are our concerns about these grants and about the qualifications for the grants. And I think, as Board Member Scheffel mentioned, what about the folks that didn't get it? Why didn't they get it? And how can we support those districts, especially if they represent populations that are further behind? Unfortunately, we're not going to know what, if any, progress we've made since we don't have a whole lot of third grade testing right now, unless there's some other data that you guys might have.
Madam Chair, no, that is a challenge that, as I was thinking through the presentation, even this morning, about the fact that the only stable metric that we typically have is our third grade reading score. The challenge that we run into which is some work that we're currently engaged in with, I believe, Marzano Labs, with using some of the other assessments the other assessments do not have similar scales. And so trying to make comparisons across them requires a really complex mathematical model in order to be able to do it. And that's some work that we're trying to engage in. So it's not always as simple as everyone takes the same assessment, we look at the scores, and then we're able to determine growth as if we might be able to do with CMAS when it comes to the number of assessments that we currently have. That adds an additional challenge to the conversation when it comes to evaluating results. That also has been a conversation that we've engaged West Ed in as well. As part of our process, and we're still kind of talking with them a little bit more about that.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Madam Chair, this is Joyce. I have a question.
Yeah, please go ahead, Board Member Rankin.
Whether it is, you have this now, it doesn't matter, but at the next board meeting, if it's at all possible, I would like the numbers of K-3 teachers that now have already been trained and already are, and then the number, how many there are total, so we can see what percentage have been trained. And I guess that kind of is more difficult to look at what percentage of the school districts teachers are trained. In other words, it's a lot different if they just have, 20 teachers and 90% of them are trained than if it's a huge district and the different percentages. But I just wonder how that's moving along, and if we could get that when we get that report in September and August. That would
actually, Board Member Rankin, I can give that number to you now if you'd like.
All right, good. Thank you, Doug.
We have just shy of 16,000 participants who have enrolled. We do know that just shy of 3,000 participants, or a little over 3,000 participants, have completed the coursework. And we are currently we've been using an estimate of around 25,000. We have to determine whether or not that is accurate or not. However, I think the Again, the majority of the participants have opted to enroll in the asynchronous course, and because of, I believe, the flexibility and timing that it certainly provides. So, the exact number is 15,871 who have enrolled and 2,904 who have completed the online course, and about 375 who've done the face-to-face or virtual face-to-face similar to this.
So the approximate total of 25,000 is all K-3 teachers, correct?
Board Member Rankin, yes, that's the number that we base this off of to begin with. But what we will have to do is be able to get a good understanding of once we start doing our back end process, where we start verifying these numbers from school districts themselves. We'll have a very clear and precise number in terms of the teachers who need or needed to complete the training.
Great. Thank you very much.
So that looked like about 15% completed. Does that sound right, Dr. Cobb?
Board Member, Madam Chair, I'd have to do the math real quick, but that sounds about right to me in terms of completion.
Well, that is not a lot. I sure hope the numbers are better come August, because our kids really do need that.
Madam Chair, we hope so as well.
Any other questions? All right, I think I'm going to suggest, folks, that we take a 15-minute break. Come back, please, at 20 minutes to 11. Does that work, colleagues?
I believe there's a motion on the floor made by Board Member McClellan, seconded by.
Well, thank you for helping me with that. You want to call the roll, please?
I'd be happy to. Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Shorter.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, now you get to 11:15, since I screwed that up. See you then. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, we're now live.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a short presentation on the Comprehensive Literary State Development Grant Project. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anthus. Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Vice Chair might be listening, and members of the board. We're just here to provide a brief update for the district application process for the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Program. As Dr. Colesman had mentioned previously, this is a federal grant program that the Department of Education was awarded about this time last year, now that I think about it, in order to be able to do the following, which is really to focus on advancing literacy skills using evidence-based practices in reading from birth through grade 12. And just want to send a reminder on this that our work with the READ Act currently is focused on K-3, so the intent behind this was to be able to provide a more comprehensive look at this. This past year technically has been considered a startup year, which is part of the $3 million to be able to do the startup work, which we've engaged this year. And the CLSD has a very specific focus on disadvantaged children, children from poverty, and English learners specifically. In terms of an update on the activities that have occurred most recently, there was a request for application that was developed and released on May 12th. That information included feedback and recommendations from the state board and some of our prior meetings, and so wanting to make sure that we highlighted and updated that. There will be applications that will be due over the summer by July 30th. And the current tentative timeline is that award decisions, recommendations rather, will be made sometime in September, with subgrants going out in October. And the grant will support one cohort for 4 years, as you can see, for about $15 million, including professional development and literacy consultation. And so we do have more information about that being posted on our website. And as Dr. Colesman mentioned, this is a very short presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Colesman to see if she has anything else to add, or if not, be able to take any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cobb. Again, we just know how the board is following this very closely, so we're just trying to give you frequent updates on the progress of this work, knowing how important this is for the board, and just reemphasizing that the application for this did take into consideration the board's earlier feedback regarding keeping the grants available to districts that are in full compliance with the READ Act. So we're committed to hearing your feedback, implementing it, and providing you continued updates.
Thank you. Let me go down the line with questions. Board Member Rankin, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do have one question. We all realize that this reading should be K-12, and I have had people come up to me and say, why is the READ Act just K-3? And my answer is always, that's a start. That's a start. This is very comprehensive. Do we have any districts out there that have embraced this already and have been working in grades other than K-3 to get up to speed on the importance of reading to continue on through 12th grade?
Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, there aren't any districts that are coming to mind right now. That does not necessarily mean that there aren't any that exist. I think, again, what we hope to be able to learn and find from some of the information that will be gathered from West Ed, how specific districts might be looking at these particular this particular approach or initiative more comprehensively, and then be able to move forward and get a good understanding. I think and we've been working really hard even to move the system to be able to take the steps necessary in order to be supportive of K-3. So that's something that we can certainly continue to look into, and we'll kind of pay attention to as we start to think about how this particular grant is going to be implemented overall.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. And again, when we come in together and give out the money, I always think it would be good to have an update on where we stand on this bigger picture, because that really is our end goal. And thank you.
No problem.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Colesman and Dr. Cobb, for all your work in literacy and with the different districts. How is this, and it might just be my lack of knowledge, how is this grant different from the early literacy grants?
Sure, Madam Chair, Board Member Esser. The early literacy grant is, I think this all has to deal with sort of stages and timelines.
Sure.
The early literacy grant is directly related to the READ Act itself. And so the READ Act is specific to K-3. The early literacy grant is a state funded grant that is intended to provide additional comprehensive and professional development support previously to schools and now to both schools and districts. The Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant is a federal grant for which the department sought funds. So this isn't something that is state funding specifically, it's federal funding. And districts, these funds, this particular grant program is intended to focus on areas that are not exclusive to the kindergarten through grade through grade. So it is as a program. So to get a kind of a more concrete example, one of the questions that we oftentimes will receive related to the READ Act is, why isn't there any support beyond third grade? One of the things that we put in our application, or elements that we put in our application around this, was really trying to use this as an opportunity to be able to see where we might be able to provide opportunities, or see where opportunities for growth and support could emerge for students who were beyond grade 3, who happened to continue to have significant reading deficiencies. However, again, with the more comprehensive approach, one would want to be able to address these particular issues, certainly prior to that. And so that's obviously where the elements come in from the birth to 5 piece. So hopefully being able to reduce the number of students who are currently falling into that category.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cobb. And just to check my own understanding, this grant is federally funded.
That is correct.
K-12 to improve literacy outcomes for all students.
Board Member Esser, it's actually birth through 12 is the way that the grant is written, so not even just kindergarten.
Okay, great. And then I assume I can see the RFA, which is different from READ than RFP, but I can see that on CDE's website, I'm guessing?
Board Member Esser, yes, that is correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Board Member Schaffel?
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just had some questions about the grant based on the website, CDE's website. So it sounds to me like it's over 5 years, $60 million for districts, birth to 12, which, extends the support beyond the K-3 focus. When you look at the website under the application, it says CLSD statewide literacy consultant application. Purpose of the request for applications, the RFA, is to solicit applications for the statewide literacy consultant for limited term, 1 year. Statewide literacy consultant will assist CDE and CLSD program grant manager to conduct fair and equitable consultant application review process, select and adopt effective coaching framework, create a PD program for literacy consultants. So I'm confused as to how that fits into this. It sounds like it's not really direct funds going to districts so that they can look at their needs in literacy and really get down to the grassroots of improving literacy. This sounds different. Can you just comment on it? Maybe I'm at the wrong point in the place in the grant. I don't know.
Sure, Board Member Shuffle, no problem. The overwhelming majority of the funds will go to the school district. So I believe it was something upwards of 15 million. I believe there was a set aside that was included as part of that to be able to work with the implementation. Each grantee will work with a consultant, which are the districts, in order to be able to do this. So these consultants basically are part of that process to be able to support districts in terms of their overall implementation of their work related to this grant. So I believe it about 95% will go to districts. Dr. Posman?
Yeah, and Dr. Shuffle, on that web page in the blue box is the information about the actual grant application itself. So below that is the consultant application, but above that, so you'll be able to click on the request for applications and all of that information there.
But am I right in saying that, so we know the big picture purpose of the grant, but really some person will run it, and that person will help really determine the parameters as far as what kind of coaching, which coaches, and all that? Am I right?
Board Member Shuffle, that is correct.
And so who you hire is going to be really important. And I'm wondering if the same set of characteristic, are you creating consistency again from the READ Act to, we already have a list of, consultants and really very able folks in Colorado. Are the same types of guidelines going to matter? Or sometimes I worry about, whenever we do this work, we're always sort of struggling to make sure it's grassroots and that it actually touches kids and teachers, and there's actual instructional changes or adjustments or enhancements that happen because of the funds. It's a huge grant, $16 million, that's a chunk of money. Can you speak to who you're going to hire and on what basis, and how are they going to create parameters for coaches and which coach and how they coach and all that?
Sure. So, Board Member Shuffle, this grant is being principally led by the same folks who lead our P3 office. Angie Galanos, who's our preschool through third grade director specifically, and oversees, provides supervision for the READ Act. So the design behind this was to make sure that there was alignment with everything that was associated with the READ Act, as well as creating alignment with the processes that we undertook for the early literacy grant. So in terms of the knowledge that we acquired from the early literacy grant consultants, trying to make sure that there was complete alignment with that. So the alignment piece that you had mentioned is something that we have paid very close attention to and was central to our application process when it was submitted to the federal government prior to us being awarded the grant.
Mm-hmm. So do you have to hire another person, or the current folks at CDE will run it? Looks like it's a partial position, soft money funded.
Sure, Board Member. So yes, the team at CDE are primarily running it. We do engage in contracting kind of for consultants that will be providing support directly to districts, but in terms of the actual running and the management of the grant, there was I think you can see there's a person who was hired to be able to provide support in terms of just broader management of the grant, but that person then also reports to, again, our preschool through third grade director, Angie Galanos, who was very instrumental in revising and editing and making sure that the grant was in alignment with all of the parameters that are associated with the READ Act.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Board Member Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question, and maybe I missed it. You said that it's October when the funding would be available. When will districts know? Have they already been awarded amounts or anything? When will they know? And when does the actual work then need to start for the grant?
Sure. So the way that the grant was written was that this year was considered to be a startup year for the department. Just for clarification, understanding, the federal government has a different timeline sometimes when it comes to their processes. So what we were wanting to do is make sure that we kept you all as a board informed in terms of what the processes that were happening. Again, the application process is open, and it will, I believe, complete at the end of July. And then from there, we'll go through our typical grant process, not dissimilar to what we did, or review process, not dissimilar to what we did with the early literacy grant, and then be able to come up with recommendations to allow for folks to be able to determine rather who was awarded. And what we intend to do after our conversation this morning is certainly take some of those pieces that you had mentioned this morning in terms of wanting to know additional information about who was awarded and who wasn't awarded. So from there, again, the process, we certainly can bring the information back before you prior to those awards going out from there. But the districts ultimately won't be able to spend money prior to October, because that kind of falls within the sort of federal timeline of how grant funds are distributed.
And so when does the work need to start occurring then for the school districts, right? And you know, you understand, and I don't know if the general audience understands how in the timelines for districts, right? But they're doing, or they've really from this spring have completed most of their planning for professional learning or for certain things, all for next year, right? Because you have thousands of employees you need to work with. There's so much that goes on. Less than ideal timing. However, they also try to adjust when an opportunity like this comes. I'm just wondering, when do districts have to start spending the money or implementing plans?
Sure. So again, in keeping with the federal timeline, that would start in October because that's when the federal timeline basically goes from October until September. So as soon as the funds are received, they would be able to start then. And Board Member Skarsgård, you are correct that it's not ideal in terms of the timeline of a school year. A school year, however, that's the structure that typically happens.
And one thing, and Dr. Cobb, if you could correct me if I'm wrong here, but part of all of this is about having districts to do their own needs assessment and develop their own comprehensive literacy plans for their districts. It's not about, so there's a similar notion of like a startup year there as well, of like taking the time to really look at the needs of the district and really plan and develop that, because I do think that there can be we're finding this out with the ESSER dollars, right? Which is, here's money, spend it. And there's an opportunity here for districts to really look comprehensively at their needs and develop a plan and use those funds to address that, rather than just October, get the money, start working.
Okay, thank you. That really should have been, thank you. That should have been my question. Is there a planning year, or is there planning opportunities starting in October? Great job. You answered that. Thank you.
Great. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm excited that we have this grant funding coming available. And my question is, if we have more applications, and I know it's just opening, it looks like May 12th, so it just opened May 12th, and the applications aren't due until July 30th. So it may be that as we move forward with our discussions about ESSER funding, we may or may not know the answer to the question I'm about to ask, but in the event that we have districts really expressing a great deal of interest in applying for this grant, might this be one of those areas where we already have kind of a built-in structure that we could apply some of our ESSER set aside for in the event that it helps to address learning loss in as a result of the pandemic? So just looking for ways where the structure might already exist. Maybe we'll have some applicants that it broke our heart to have to say no, but the funds are finite. Might this be one of those areas that we should maybe take a look at and possibly fortify and give a few more applicants a chance at funding in the event that we're able to do so.
Yeah, I think especially with that tie, Board Member McClellan, to the impacts of COVID on learning, making sure we make that tie and that connection there is really important. But it feels like it's could be a nice opportunity for the board to consider.
So, well, with that in mind, I guess you can probably predict what I'll say next, and that is if there's data or information that's available at such time as our board reconvenes to take a look at those priorities, maybe you can kind of be clairvoyant and kind of guess what we might be asking in the event that other board members might be interested in this program as well. I particularly think it might make a good opportunity for us to maybe consider, because it does shift the focus across all age groups. So it might help us to do some problem solving related to COVID learning loss that other programs that are being robustly funded might not address, particularly for older students, that we can still have a chance to save and improve their literacy before we send them on their way. And it is such an important life skill. So thank you so much for this.
That's great. Thank you. On the website, and I've had a little trouble finding it, are the criteria for the grant listed as part of the application?
Madam Chair, yes, that is, yes.
Okay, sorry, I struggled and did not get to it. So thank you very much. So I look forward to getting more information about this. This will probably be almost decided by our August meeting, right? No, not quite. You'll still be evaluating the applications by the August meeting. Is that right? Okay, which is great, because at that time we're going to get all this information about the READ Act. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Okay, I would like to entertain a motion to go into exec session, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I don't need a second. Any objection to going into exec session? Okay, so I would suggest that we probably are on schedule, even with an exec session, and should be back at 12:30. If in fact we're not back, oh wait a minute, it's 12:30 or 12:45? 12:45 was the intended time, right? According to the schedule. All right, so we're going to go into exec session, and for our guests, we plan to be back at 12:45. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read this in the public section first. Okay, so an executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A2 CRS to confer with an attorney about the emergency best grants in response to COVID-19. The board is also going to confer regarding matters to be required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes pursuant to 24-6-4023A3 CRS, including all disciplinary or any, educator disciplinary matters on the agenda today. So now, Corey, we can cut the live stream.
Hello?
That's Steve?
Yes, it is. I'm only available for about 15 minutes between my commitments down here, but I thought I'd go ahead and call in if for as long as I can.
Okay, that's great. Sorry, I didn't call on you in this last section. I didn't realize you were there.
Let's go.
Line.
All right, let's go live, Corey. All right, we are now live.
Okay, that's great. Board Member Rankin, you have a couple of motions, please, for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 4.18 on the consent agenda that was removed. I move to approve and instruct the department staff and the State Attorney General's office to prepare the documents necessary to request a formal hearing for the revocation of credential holders' professional teacher's license.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Could you please call the roll, Ms. Maremba?
Board Member Skarska,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Board Member Rankin, one more.
Yes, item 4.21 on the consent agenda. I move to direct the chair of the state board to sign the summary suspension order concerning the credentials and direct the Attorney General's office to commence enforcement proceedings seeking revocation of the credentials.
Proper motion. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Maremba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Skarska,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda, we'll now have a short presentation from staff and vote on the multi-district online school certification application submitted by Colorado Springs School District 11 on behalf of Spark Online Academy. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Cottonsteady and Ms. Martinez.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Anthus. This agenda item is for a vote on the multi-district online application submitted by Colorado Springs School District 11 on behalf of Spark Online Academy. I'm here with Renee Martinez, who administers the work of the online office, as well as the multi-district online certification process. We're also joined by Dr. Michael Thomas, who serves as the superintendent of the Colorado Springs School District 11, and Sean Gullickson, who serves as the District 11 School Board President, as well as the following staff from the district: Dr. David Kolicki, Executive Director, Education Insights; Carol Gates, Director of Curriculum and Instruction; Corey Notstein, Executive Director of Student Success and Wellness; Judy Goodwagen, Executive Director of Special Education; Dan Hoff, Executive Director of School Leadership; Brandon Comfort, Executive Director of School Leadership; and Julie Johnson, the Principal of Spark Online Academy. This application has been brought forward by District 11 and has been presented as a district-run multi-district online school. District 11 is seeking a multi-district online application in order to serve what they have found to be significant demand for online learning across the Pikes Peak region that can be met by the targeted programming they will offer. In your board packet, you were provided with the following materials: a board memo from staff, a cover letter from the applicant, the final online certification application with the revisions included, and appendices to the application, reviewer feedback on the initial application, as well as the final review ratings from the second review. In addition, we have provided copies of the rubric template and the application template. Applications for certification are reviewed and rated individually by external reviewers and CDE staff using an aligned rubric. Reviewers evaluate each required component of the application to determine whether the applicant's descriptions meet the expectations of the rubric. If an application's original submission does not meet expectations for all required components, the Office of Blended and Online Learning provides specific feedback to the authorizer about which components were not addressed with sufficient detail and completeness. Using this feedback, the authorizer may submit a supplemental application addressing only the identified components. Following this time for revisions, the application and any supplemental materials are shared with the board for a vote. As presented in board materials, during the first review, the application was found to have some sections as not meeting expectations. Following the application resubmission, all sections were found to be meeting expectations. Your board packet includes performance data for the district, along with the school ratings for all schools overseen by the district. The question we're now asking of the board is to vote on whether to approve or deny Colorado Springs School District 11's application for certification of a multi-district online school on behalf of Spark Online Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Cottonsteady. Do I have a motion on the that we can put on the floor before we discuss, please? Board Member Rankin?
Let me make sure I have the right number, 12.01.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
I move to approve the application for certification of a multi-district online school by Colorado Springs School District 11 on behalf of Spark Online Academy.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Couple of seconds. Okay. Let me go down the line if that's okay. Board Member McClellan.
Are we, thank you, Madam Chair. Are we having a presentation by the applicant?
Generally, we don't. If there's something that you have questions about, if I'm not mistaken, tell us, Mr. Cottonsteady, I believe staff is here in order to answer our questions rather than making a presentation. Or Ms. Martinez, is that correct? I see your head.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Board Member McClellan, do you have questions?
I might just have Mr. Cottonsteady speak to the data with respect to how this school has performed in the past. Are they just seeking a statewide online multi-district license through Colorado Springs, but they are already operating in Colorado Springs, or will this be brand new completely?
Thank you for the question. I may defer to Renee for that one.
Yes, thank you, Board Member McClelland. That's a great question. So it is actually a new school that they are applying for the status. So they've not been in operation before.
And they haven't been in operation anywhere in Colorado?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have quite a few questions, most of them for the staff that's with us from D11. I wanted to know what led D11 to decide to open a multi-district online school as opposed to a district online school, which wouldn't come before the board. So I wanted to know what made them think they were going to have more than 10 out-of-district students apply.
Mr. Cottonsteady, do you want to help us navigate the various members, please?
Yes, I believe that likely the best starting point would be the superintendent.
Thank you for that. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair Schroeder, Commissioner Anthus, and other board directors. Thank you very much for taking the time this afternoon to allow us to present Spark Online Academy. We're very excited for this new opportunity, as one of you have questioned. This is brand new for District 11. And, 3 years ago when I came into the district, we began setting the foundation for a regrowing and recommitting District 11 so that we are more reflective and responsive to generations to come. And obviously, when COVID came upon us, many districts across the country moved to an online platform. And we, at that time, actually considered moving forward with an online academy application. But the duration of time for us to go through the approval process would, I think, be too rushed for us to do a quality job. And so we decided not to apply at that time. What we learned over the past year is that many of our families found that the online platform for learning, not only was it a safe place to go during the times of COVID, but we have also heard from many of our families that they've discovered that their student really learns best in an online environment. And so we know moving forward into this fall and the years to come that not only in the immediate short term are there still going to be families who will be looking for that online option because of personal or family safety measures, but also the pedagogy of being online and their ability to actively engage their students more so than traditional brick and mortar schools is going to be something that we want to be responsive to as part of our comprehensive academic master plan that we have been launching in partnership with our community. They have spoken for a variety of unique pathway options. Online is one of those unique pathways that they are strongly desiring. And we know that as a district here in the southern region of the state, that we attract many families, not only from our D11 borders, but also outside. We have hundreds of families who choice into District 11 outside of the D11 proper boundaries, as well as our strong military community here. This fall we'll be recognized as a Purple Star district, which is more of a preference for military families who are based across the state of Colorado to choose Purple Star districts. And so that will be another distinction that we'll have, which will likely attract many more families that are stationed in military bases that may not be in the D11 or Colorado Springs proper. So that's a little bit of our rationale for why we intend to go not only for our D11 boundaries, but also allowing students throughout the state of Colorado to be able to participate with our learning community here at Spark Online Academy.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Will the Academy be offering any chance for students to get on face-to-face support should they need it?
Yes. So again, I think the word of this past year that, in the K-12 industry has been that of hybrid. And sorry, I think I lost my camera there for a moment.
There you go.
Has been the word of hybrid. And so we also know that we are balancing, I think, the need for choice in this state. We don't control choice at the aggregate level of the state. We know that there are a variety of K-12 pathways that families can choose from, whether that's homeschool environments, charter schools, private schools, and traditional public K-12 systems. And we take families from every one of those areas. And what we have learned also is that in a online academy, we want to be attentive to the social, emotional, and relational growth of our students. And so some of that can happen online, but we also are partnering with one of our elementary schools currently this year that will allow for us to have some physical touch points as well. And this is both in response to Spark Online Academy, as well as some engagement that I've been having with our homeschool families who are living in D11, looking at ways that we can offer a partnership with the Academy, as well as any of our homeschool families, where they can have electives, for example. It's a little hard to replicate high quality chemistry labs on the kitchen table, or band, orchestra, PE, things of those natures, where you actually have a lot more collaborative learning happening. And so this will be both online as well as in-person touch points as appropriate.
So Dr. Thomas, with the touch points where students can get face-to-face support, how are you going to help those students who are too far away to take advantage of this?
Yeah, so I'm going to assume that you're speaking to possibly the transportation issues.
Right.
Okay. So a couple of things. We know that at least within our D11 regional area, one of the things that we are very attentive to with regards to our equity policy that our board passed several years ago is that we want to mitigate any structural inequities that we ourselves are creating. And so we would be looking at ways that we would expand our transportation, and we have not decided, what that would look like specifically, because we don't know what our demand will look like. So if we're talking about somebody that's, up in the Boulder area, the likelihood, obviously, of transporting that person down, is unrealistic because of the duration of time. So within our region, we would look at any structural inequities with regards to transportation to allow for some of those physical touch points for students to participate, in person, versus, for example, maybe partnering with some of our other local nonprofits, like maybe the YMCA for PE, that, a student up in Boulder might attend, to get PE credits, et cetera. So that's where we're at right now until we understand truly the demand that would come from far out state or out of metro.
Okay, and we have a lot of multi-district online schools in Colorado. So of all of our online schools, 78% are already multi-district. So you'd be coming into that along with another district. Your application was excellent. Very impressed with all the information that was in that application. The withdrawal rate of online schools in Colorado is anywhere from 5% to 50% for these multi-district online schools. That's a huge variance. So how are you going to support these students to make sure we don't have a flood of exits after October 1?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. And based upon my experience and what we see in the research of online academies or schooling, the challenge that I think many systems find is that they have kind of a non-contextualized approach to educating students. So they may be looking to buy an online curriculum, or they may be partnering with an online partner who doesn't necessarily have a footprint in the immediacy of the city of Colorado Springs, for example. You might be contracting out with somebody in Florida or Arkansas, or wherever they may be, and so you lose context. What we heard loud and clear from our constituents, and that would be our parents and our families, is that they want a localized experience. They want D11 teachers being their teachers, not somebody sitting in Arkansas or Florida teaching their kids, or not some pre-packaged curriculum that doesn't have a connection point to the district, because we fully anticipate that this would grow to a K-12. But in the instance that a family chooses Spark Online Academy and they're there for a couple of years and they find, oh, you know what, we want to go into a more traditional neighborhood school, it's a seamless transition because this is a D11 localized school. The curriculum that we're using is our D11 curriculum. The staff we're using are trained and supported through District 11. And so the pedagogy, the mindset, the training aspects, this is part of our traditional D11 portfolio of schools. It's not a charter, it's not annexed out, to somebody else to kind of manage this for us. This is a D11 proper school. And or if they matriculate into secondary, let's say high school, and we don't have a high school component at that time, they can go to a traditional 9-12 high school in D11 and still be supported, again, with that seamless transition. And so I think the biggest challenge that many districts find is when they kind of export this out to technical service providers who are not part of the local school district community. That's where we like to stand out differently. And again, being very responsive to our families who are seeking this support from District 11, not to be a third-party entity, but rather a home district right here that can offer that online experience and mitigate, I think, the revolving door of families coming in and out of online academies. This is also a registration process, just like any one of our schools. You would enroll in Spark Online Academy and you're a Spark Online student. And again, we know that we have state guidance around the allowing of a family to move from one school to another school. But just like any other one of our campuses, we would look at other ways to support a student in Spark Online Academy, just like we would at Chipeta Elementary School, traditional brick and mortar, and find ways to resolve any concerns that they might have that would be persuading them to say, hey, we're thinking about a different school. Well, let's understand what's happening so that we can best support you here, because the more transitions your students make, the more academically and socially behind they will find themselves. And so we want to make sure that we create a homeschool environment right here in D11 for Spark Online students.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I again really appreciate the thoroughness of the application, and I only have about 17 more questions, Madam Chair, but I will turn it back to you.
Thank you.
I'll try to get back to you. Board Member Schaffel.
Thank you, Principal Thomas. We appreciate it. I appreciate what you've shared about the school. I think it represents a interesting opportunity for, students in your district. And I don't have any further questions. I think the application was really well done.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
I have a question for Mr. Cottonsetti. Do we have any other Spark Online schools? I assume that is part of an online program.
May I?
Go ahead, please, Ms. Martinez, if that's okay.
Board Member Rankin, there are no, to my knowledge, no other Spark Online Academies operating in the state right now. This is a new venture for the district, and that's the name that they've selected. But as far as I know, I don't know of any other Spark Online entities operating with that name.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question, Dr. Esser asked great questions. We got good information, answered a lot of my curiosity questions. I think I have one maybe for Dr. Thomas or somebody from the school district, kind of along the lines of enrollment. And I see what we have as preliminary projections and how they expect the school to build out. I'm also, hi there, how are you? It's good to see you. I see him.
Nice to see you,
yeah.
Director.
Yeah. I believe, talking about the number of multi-district onlines, I do believe there is a saturation of the market that is going to occur, that there is a limit to the number of parents who are eventually going to want this, and that schools are going to have to make decisions on whether they stay enrolled. And I think there's going to be some disruption at some point. But my question is, have you thought about, and I'm sure you have, from a district standpoint, what would enrollment need to look like before you say we don't have enough to go? And how would that decision be made?
That's a great question, Director Escarcega. Let me allow Julie Johnson, our principal, as well as Dr. Kalaki, who leads enrollment here and projections for our district, to better respond to that question. So, Ms. Johnson, I'll turn it to you first.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can see and hear me. Thank you so much for time on your agenda this afternoon. As far as responding to enrollment, I think a piece of that that's really important to consider is that we are going to have ongoing feedback and community voice in the planning of this school and be responsive to that. We are making sure that we are designing learning experiences for students that are mindful of the uniqueness of each one of our learners. We are making sure that our ratios, we're keeping them small. We're not exceeding the 25-to-1 ratio. But again, of course, we're going to be monitoring that, and particularly by grade level to see what the demand is for this. But again, I think a critical piece to understand and know is that we are going to have a continuous conversation and dialogue with our community to make sure that we are providing an online and blended education that's responding to the needs. I'll transfer over to Dr. Colicky, who might be able to shed some light on specific district policy regarding enrollment numbers.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. So initially, as we were looking at different projections and looking at the impact across our district from families choosing an online option from a traditional brick and mortar option, we came to the consensus that about a starting goal of about 300 enrolled. And from other types of programs that we've launched within schools, so we kind of approached it as a program within a school, even though that's not the exact model that we're doing. We're launching a new school, but take that as a kind of a model. We were projecting about, if we could shoot for 300 and reach about 2/3 to 75% of that number would be a total go. And we are on track to that. That would be an ideal number for us, would be around the 200s, and we're tracking into the upper 100s. I think 160, high 158, 160, 165 right now. So we're tracking towards that metric that we set based on other programs that we've launched in the district, and so that's where we came to that number. And I believe that we're tracking towards that very nicely.
Thank you. I again, probably like Dr. Esser, I have about 20 more questions, but I think I'm good at this point. It's not going to be relevant to my vote, so just let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for coming back around. I thought of what I meant to ask the moment I passed the baton, so I'm glad to have another chance. My question might be for Mr. Cottonsteady, but maybe first for Superintendent Thomas. I know that there's going to be a brick and mortar availability for that in-person teaching as needed for in-district students or students who are geographically reasonably close. One of the things that I heard during the pandemic from teachers in my district was that it was incredibly stressful for them to have to be able to teach 3 ways at the drop of a hat: online completely, in person completely, potentially, and students shifting out of those categories at any given time and at different times, and then the hybrid model at any given moment. Was some of the motivation to move forward with this option a recognition that you might find that post-pandemic, some of your students and families realized that they liked this option more than they thought they would? Does that factor into the timing of the application at all? The idea that remote learning made necessary by the pandemic may have sparked a more robust interest in this option that going forward that may remain after the post-pandemic days?
Director McClellan, yeah, I believe, and I'll kind of link this back to Director Escarcega's question too, kind of around the saturation or kind of when will the balloon bust, okay? Mm-hmm. There's certainly an immediacy of reaction right now that I'm seeing in the K-12 industry to everybody scrambling, trying to get an online presence. And I want to be very distinct here. District 11 is not in a reactionary mode. We are in a responsive mode. We engaged our community 3 years ago in this journey of creating Spark Online Academy, well before the presence of COVID. And certainly, I think COVID has accelerated interest around this. I think that quickly, to Director Escarcega's question, inflated the balloon within the industry. Yeah. But I think the gradual build that we took, as well as the new information that we gained through living with COVID and teaching through COVID, certainly paints a different picture for us. And so I will say that as much as I agree with, we had staff saying the same things, staff in your district stated about teaching in multiple platforms simultaneously at a drop of a dime. We also had many staff who appreciated the hybrid approach of going in and out of various modalities of instruction, because it engaged their learners of various learning styles in different ways along the journey. And so for us, I think it's a both and it's something that we'll learn, because this is an organically developed program. This is not a boxed program we're buying off of a shelf. This is something in partnership with our community and our D11 staff that we are developing on our own in alignment with D11's strategic plan, like I said, that we launched 3 years ago. We will find ourselves doing both, I think, primarily online platforms as our dominant modality, and those families who, again, looking at choice within choice, if you will, that are looking for some of those touch points because they want that real chemistry lab experience, or they want to engage in band or other elective options, we're going to find ways to make that a reality, because I do believe as this becomes more of the norm across the industry, that's where I think the industry will level itself out to being more of a hybrid versus a purist online approach.
Okay, that's really helpful. And my hope for your district, in addition, should this go forward, is that maybe this will help your teachers who were having to juggle several hats to wear during the pandemic. And you'll have some District 11 teachers with this more flexible mode, and others that are back in the classroom, not having to wear multiple hats quite so much as was forced upon everyone during the pandemic.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I do have a question for Mr. Cottonsteady, and this will not affect my vote on this application, but it's kind of as I saw these coming up and I thought about the saturation, as Director Esser put it, I wonder if the reason these are coming forward now is because we're thinking that now that families have had a taste of online learning, some of them will say, hey, I didn't realize I was going to like this so much, or my kid is really excelling with this asynchronous learning option and really likes it. So we might see the numbers of online learners or hybrid learners going up, and see the demand for that kind of flexibility mirroring that demand that we see in higher ed. But the way that we handle assessment and accountability is a little bit different when we have an online school that has some in-person learning augmentation, if you will. And it's just a caution point that I suspect we need to circle back and discuss further to make sure that, and I don't suspect that with this application, this looks like a good application to me, and it makes sense. I just want to make sure that what we don't unwittingly invite with that differentiation in our assessment and accountability processes would be the brick and mortar setup with an online presence, and then they have a very different assessment and accountability pathway. So that might be, if we see this area, this mode of learning growing as a public school option, we may want to take a look at how we can do our best to make sure that we're not unwittingly encouraging a pathway that allows for some brick and mortar presence and a very different accountability system. Not that I think that's the concern here, but it's a flag that was raised in my mind as I see the applications coming forward. I want to make sure that we have a full understanding of how that differentiation looks and what, if anything, we might need to do to make sure that we're handling assessment and accountability as well as we can in this changing landscape.
Mr. Cottonsteady, go ahead.
Yeah, I might provide one comment on that, is just to confirm that if you're a multi-district online school or a single district online school, so when you have the school designation, you operate with the school code, and the assessment and accountability methodology would be the same methodology that's used for brick and mortar environments. So the students are enrolled in the school, they're they're to be administered state assessments, and then their performance is calculated into the state performance framework.
Thank you, Mr. Cottonsteady. And does that assessment happen, does it have to happen in person, or is that taken online?
It would be administered in person, or I'll say it would be administered in the same manner as it would be applied to all students across the state.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Esser, did you want to go into those 17 additional questions, or are you comfortable with our discussion?
I'm very comfortable with the discussion. I am curious about a few things, but I'll go ahead and email Dr. Thomas. It won't change my my vote at all. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Board Member Escarzica, same question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think not so much a question, but it kind of just jumping off where Member McClellan, kind of a nuance here is this idea of a lot of these online schools, their participation rates inside our state assessment and our accountability system. I just called out one last time that was less than 50%. And I think when you do have, in this case, this district, I believe, they're centering their students within this district. They'll probably meet a very high percentage of students with the assessment. But it does beg the question, are we developing two different systems going forward for schools in accountability? Again, you've heard me say this, so I'll say it again. I think the system needs some revisions. I think things need to change. Maybe we need to take this into account, but otherwise I just have this fear it's going to be doing parallel but different systems for different groups of individuals. So
I think that's part of the discussion tomorrow, Mrs. Escarzica.
Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, we're going to be talking about the general concerns with multi-district online, and that'll be a very good time for you to bring up your concerns around that. Any other questions, or are we ready to call the vote, colleagues? Ms. Marambo, would you please call the vote?
Board Member Escarzica.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. We'll now have a short presentation from staff and vote on the multi-district online school certification application submitted by Greeley-Evans School District 6 on behalf of District 6 Online Academy. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to turn it right back over to Mr. Cottonsteady and Ms. Martinez.
All right, thank you so much. As stated, this agenda item is for a vote on the multi-district online application submitted by Greeley-Evans School District 6 on behalf of District 6 Online Academy. We're joined for this item with by Dr. Deirdre Pilch, who serves as the superintendent of the Greeley-Evans School District, as well as the following staff from the district. Dr. Stacy Detiri, Assistant Superintendent for Academic Achievement, Deegan Andrews, Director of Curriculum and Personalized Learning, and Sheila Bowman, Principal, District 6 Online Academy. The application has been brought forward by District 6 and has been presented as a district-run multi-district online school. District 6 is seeking a multi-district online designation because the district has identified the multi-district online format as one that would continue supporting students enrolled from surrounding areas beyond the district boundaries, and that an online education became essential for some students to continue their education during the pandemic and continuing health crisis as neighboring schools or districts had few or no online options. In your board packet, you were provided with the following materials: a board memo from staff, a cover letter from the applicant, the final online certification application with revisions included, and appendices to the application, reviewer feedback on the initial application, as well as final review ratings from the second review. Applications are reviewed and rated individually by external reviewers and CDE staff using an aligned rubric. Reviewers evaluate each component to determine whether the application's descriptions meet the expectations of the rubric. If an application's original submission does not meet expectations, the Office of Blended and Online Learning provides specific feedback on which application components were not addressed with sufficient detail. Using this feedback, the authorizer may submit a supplemental application addressing only the identified components. Following the time for revisions, the application and any supplemental materials are shared with the board for a vote. As presented in the board materials, and during the first review, the application was found to have some sections as not meeting expectations. Following the application resubmission, all sections were found to be meeting expectations. Your board packet also includes performance data for the district, along with school ratings for all schools overseen by the district. The question we're now asking of the board is to vote on whether to approve or deny the Greeley-Evans School District 6 application for certification of a multi-district online school on behalf of District 6 Online Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Cottonsteady, and thank you, Ms. Martinez. Board members, do I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the application for certification of a multi-district online school by Greeley-Evans School District 6 on behalf of District 6 Online Academy.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All right, I think I will go down the line as previously and give everybody a chance to ask a question. Board Member McClellan.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always have questions. Welcome District 6 staff. That is Greeley West is where I graduated from. I don't want to say it was new at that time, but it was definitely newer than it is now. Thanks for your thorough application. It was great to read. I know the district well, so I know you're surrounded by those rural areas and that they're all these little tiny districts. So I can understand why you ask for an MDOL. What I didn't see in your application was what type of, and it could be my not searching enough, what type of curriculum you're using. Are you going to take that you're using in your regular schools, or do you have a different plan there?
Thank you, Director Esser. I can answer your question, and I do want to say I'm Stacy Dattery. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Academic Achievement, and Dr. Deirdre Pilch was not able to be with us today, and she does send her regrets. But thank you for having us and being able to come share some of our work with you and what our plans are for our students. As in regard to your question, Ms. Esser, on our curriculum, it is following our district adopted curriculum. That is our primary mode, and we have all of our curriculum available to our students through the learning platform of Schoology. So both our brick and mortar students as well as our online students have access. So it's a very similar experience, just a little different modality environment.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you. And then you mentioned in your application that each student, I believe it said, would have a learning coach.
Yes.
How do you determine who that person is and what's the expectation of that particular person?
Yeah, great question. And primarily we ask for that learning coach in the elementary, for our elementary age students and our youngest students, is they need someone to be there to help them to make sure that they're staying on track and getting into their class with their teacher and keeping them on track. And so that person is either, we will do an orientation at the beginning of the school year and ask for parents to come with their students and then identify that learning coach. That can either be the parent if they are home with them, but sometimes the parents are working and they have a grandparent or a caregiver. And so we just then will talk with them, that expectation really being that of keeping them going, making sure they get on into their Zoom on time and into their classroom. If there are questions that the student has, just making sure that they can either answer those questions for our, particularly, like I say, our youngest students, and or making sure that they are contacting the teacher and keeping them on track, helping us to do that. So
thank you. That's very helpful. Another question, one thing you wrote in your application that I thought was stellar was that should a student apply from a district that has an online situation already, you did mention you would try to steer them back to their home district. So I really did appreciate that. Yeah. Will you be offering any brick and mortar support for kids should they need that?
should they need that, yes, Director Esser, and that really is just a case by case. We have designed this online academy to enable the learning coach, the student to be successful without that brick and mortar experience, because there are families where that is not possible for them, or they just do not want that. However, if it becomes apparent that that's maybe periodically that student needs to come in and get that additional support, tutoring support, additional one-on-one support from a teacher, then we will certainly make that available. And we have many options and venues in which to do that. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Sheffel?
Yes, Mr. Cottonsetti, did you, as I looked at the application and the final ratings, this application meets all the expectations, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so, and I appreciated it too. I thought there were some really good features there. I think it'll serve some of your students well that want this type of delivery, and I don't have further questions, but thank you for the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Madam Chair, I have no questions. Thank you.
Board Member Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question. It's kind of along the lines of the question I asked prior, but in your application, I'm specifically looking at your cover letter, and it was from Deirdre, and it's saying this seems to be in response, the request for this school seems to be in response to health concerns that parents had wanting to do school at home with their students. And you see that need continuing on for next year. When then, and let's hope the pandemic gets under control, health, getting back to school is no longer an issue. What's the motivation then? What is your focus for this school? I'm just again wondering, will you be at a point where you say this is no longer viable? How might that look? And I guess I wonder sometimes if something's built, do people get pushed into it, right? And I'm not saying you're going to do this, but these are kind of like things that rummage through my head, specifically because yours seem to be in response to the pandemic.
Thank you, Director Skarska. I appreciate that question. And as I was listening earlier and thinking about that question, even I was reminded of early, about halfway through this year, as we were thinking, gosh, we think this is going to be an ongoing need that our families are going to desire, because we did quickly need to prop up an online option for our students this past year. And so we surveyed all of our families, all of our families and our parents and students, and said, is this something that you think you will want to continue to do? And if so, what are your reasons? And the two primary reasons for parents and families who said, yes, this is the option that they would like to continue to choose for their child. One is because of health concerns that they had, whether it was for their own child or somebody living in the home with them. They felt like this was just a better option with some of the uncertainty that still exists in our greater community and health-wise. The other reason that we were really pleased to see, because it means that our students had a great deal of success this last year, is that it was better for their child. They felt like it was a better option. They liked the flexibility. They liked having their children home and being able to do maybe what some might refer to a homeschool experience, but within the district and with the support and the teaching and direction of our teachers. And they really appreciated having that option and being able to have their children at home and in the learning environment. So we know that regardless of the pandemic, that being one of the drivers for this coming school year, and we need to be able to provide that for our families, but also that it is going to likely continue to be an option that some families and parents feel is the right choice for their children. And so we want to be able to have the choices, many different choices. And so we don't see this going away. We see this as being, we have built this program. We have hired a new principal, Sheila, who is with us, Sheila Bowman. She's had experience in this area, extensive experience, and we're just really getting this up and going for the long term and an option for our families well into the future.
Thank you. And I think sometimes when we hear all these schools, we hear about all this, it almost sounds like there's this enormous number of kids doing online that parents have on it. And I saw in your data that you said you had about 12 12% actually used this year, something like that, but only about 25% of that is, so basically 3% of your district is
Correct.
looking to be online. And I think that's helpful for people who
It
are
is.
listening in our audience, what we're talking about. So, all right, just confirming. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions or comments before we go for a vote? Great, thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Skarsgård.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, folks.
Thank you for having us.
Next item, we have an update in the vote on the prioritized list of best grants for the 2021-22 grant cycle. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Andy Stein and Jennifer Oakes, and it looks like we have a board chair here as well, Mr. Scott Stevens.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly introduce. So we have two agenda items before you today. So one of those is your regular annual best grant award process that you see every time this year. And then this year we have best emergency grants related to air ventilation and filtration due to COVID. So this emergency grants, we have not had to come before you in the past several years, but this year, obviously, the pandemic created a new emergency for us all. So I'll turn this over to Andy, and then Scott may want to add something as well.
And Andy, help us figure out the order in which you would like to take these two items, please.
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. We'll do the typical best grants first.
Okay, perfect. Sure.
So as you all know, BEST is a competitive grant program that's focused on improving health, safety, security, and technology for Colorado school districts, charter schools, institute charter schools, boards of cooperative educational services, and the Colorado School for the Deaf and the Blind. BEST funds can be used for major renovations and additions, building new schools, or replacing major systems like HVAC, boilers, roofs. This is actually the majority of what we fund on a per project basis. BEST projects are partially funded with local matching dollars, as well as funding from the Colorado State Land Board, the Colorado Lottery, and marijuana excise taxes. And then just to brag a little, counting the awards for this grant round, since its inception, BEST will account for nearly $3.5 billion in school improvement projects in almost every school district in the state. So in May of 2021, the Capital Construction Assistance Board reviewed 42 grant applications, requesting a total of approximately $336 million in state grant funds, with $322 million in matching funds, for a total of $658 million. As always, the CCAB worked to prioritize projects that address safety hazards or health concerns at existing public school facilities. This legislative session, Senate Bill 21207 increased the amount available for cash awards to $160 million. And then the Capital Construction Assistance Board elected to max out the debt capacity available to it for financing larger construction projects. And the results of all of those decisions is on the list of recommended projects that you all have in your packets. You can see that all projects are recommended for award, and as everything stands today, there's enough money available to fund 41 of the 42 projects. So there's one project below the line, so to speak. After your vote today, there's still a lot more work to do. 7 of those projects are recommended for lease purchase financing because of the size or complexity of the request. They're noted in the far right column. And then the Capital Development Committee will need to consider those projects. We do not know yet if the Capital Development Committee will meet to review or when. They already had their June meeting. So if they do not meet to consider these requests by July 15th, per statute, the projects will be considered approved by that committee. We also have a lot of real estate due diligence to complete with the projects as a condition of the bonds that are sold by the Treasurer's Office for financing. And we're at the mercy of the market there. While there's a lot of cushion built into the Treasurer's assumptions, markets and interest rates obviously can change. And then 11 of these projects are dependent on passing local bonds for their match. So these applicant names are highlighted in red in the third column of your sheet. So the last project on the list will move forward from today with doing due diligence, just in case one of these other projects is not successful over the coming months and more funds become available to them. You also received in your packets a few other items, project summaries list, a list of projects by congressional district, and a map of recommended projects. We had a couple of slight revisions to 2 of these documents, which I wanted to remind you of. First, Rocky Ford last week asked to revise a sentence in their project summary to clarify that they will actually be contributing $1.6 million in cash reserves to their project to reduce the overall ask of their local bond initiative. They're hoping that they can be more competitive. This does not change the match percentage that the Capital Construction Assistance Board approved. Second, we realized an error in the list of projects by congressional district. We accidentally split 2 projects for Manitou Springs 14 between Board Member Durham and Board Member McClellan's districts, when in fact both projects are located in Board Member Durham's district. So you received a correction this morning. With that, I believe Mr. Stevens does have something he'd like to say, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and we look forward to any actions that you take.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to extend very appreciative gratitude to CDE staff, specifically Jennifer Oakes and Andy Stein and his staff for all the hard work that they've done on this. I also thank you to you, the board. And, you know, we started this conversation back in October last year when we were talking about funding for this program. And we're grateful that the legislature has appropriated the money they did. This is probably the closest year that we've gotten to funding every project on the list since the program started 11 years ago. So we're real grateful of that. We have a lot of great projects on this list that will do great benefit to staff and students throughout the state of Colorado. And as you can see by the map, we'll be doing projects in all 4 corners of the state. So congratulations to the staff for pulling this together. And we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Before we get to questions, I would appreciate a motion, colleagues. Please.
I move to approve the prioritized list of best grants for the 21-22 grant cycle as posted on board docs.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So let me go ahead and go down the list, please. If you have questions, comments, etc. Board Member Scheffel.
I don't know that I have specific questions. You were saying that this is the first time you've come close to being able to fund almost all the requests. Is that is that because the funds have been greater, the requests have been fewer, or can you contextualize that a little bit?
Would you like me to take that, Scott?
Yeah, Mr. Stein, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Scheffel. Typically, we're able to award about 50% of the applications that come in. So we're doing a lot better this year compared to previous years. It's sort of a cart and horse conversation. Typically, when we're able to communicate exactly how much money will be available for grants in any given year, we seem to receive more applications following that information being shared with charters and districts. But this year, I think that two things happened that brought the number up slightly. It's that bill passed to increase the appropriation by $100 million. I think that that's probably in reaction to $100 million being taken from the program during budget cuts last year. And then, of course, the board did vote to utilize all of the debt capacity at its available to it. And I think in previous years, they might have actually typically voted to use half of that debt capacity and then allow people to bring more applications in the next year. But they saw that there was a chance to really accomplish this and get almost all of the projects done. And so they voted to increase that amount as well.
Great. That's really helpful. Thank you so much for all the work on this. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, did you have additional comments to add to that?
I would also just thank you, Madam Chair. I would also add that I think we've listened to the board, state board, as far as how these projects are being classified and what's being done. And we've tried to, the staff has done a great job of passing that information on to applicants. So we're making sure that these projects are focusing on true health and safety issues in districts and not maybe getting beyond that scope that was perceived in the past. So it's a combination of all those things. But we did see a good opportunity here with the money available and the number of projects. So it was kind of a perfect storm, if you will, to make it happen.
We love perfect storms, if they're good storms. Board Member Rankin.
No, Madam Chair, I have no questions. Thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank you both for the hard work and all of the background information you give to us every time so that we can look through it and see what's being funded and at what amount and for what reason. So that was very helpful. Just appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Board Member Escarcega, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question. And thank you for meeting with me off cycle, right? So we had a chance to ask all these questions. I didn't have to ask them on camera, but and maybe I missed this one, but how do you determine, I know you have a formula or something, how do you determine what the match must be for a district?
Thank you, Board Member Escarcega. In statute, there are 7 criteria that are established: free and reduced lunch, local assessed value, amount of bonding capacity left for any school district, and a few others that I can't list them all off the top of my head. But you take those 7 criteria, and then the Capital Construction Assistance Board actually votes on weighting each of those criteria. So that creates a formula that we then use to determine the starting match that's available to any applicants.
Okay, has that stayed the same through time, or do you change that up? I'm just curious.
It's changed at least once, I think maybe only once, and we're actually in the middle of having a conversation about that this year. We typically have a retreat in August, and that's definitely top of the items to discuss.
So would I know as a district, thank you, would I know as a district what my match would be expected to be based on a project that I think I'm going to submit for? Would I know that ahead of time prior to submission?
Yes, you would.
Would I figure it out? Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know our board, thank you both for your hard work on this and for the excellent presentation. I am especially glad to see every congressional district on the list. Many times I don't see the 6th on the list, and I know our board is always wanting to place the priority first on meeting all of the most urgent needs across the state. So I do understand, but having said that, it's really nice to see the 6th on the list this time, so thanks.
All right, any other questions, comments? I'm not sure I agree with my colleague, Board Member McClellan. I think I represent a district that, for the most part, has greater capacity than some of the other districts. So I think my personal feeling is that I'm not hurt if CD2 is not on a list, simply because I have very big districts that are capable of raising funds. I do have a few small ones and they are showing up, but I think that's a really important, for me, that's a really important consideration. And that doesn't mean I dismiss my districts. I know they have needs, but I'm also pleased that for the most part, they are able to meet those needs. And I'm really grateful for the communities that provide that kind of support. So I'm a little iffy on what you've suggested, Board Member McClellan, simply because there's such diversity across our state.
Madam Chair, if I might clarify, it's nice to see them on the list, but I understand for the years when they were not on the list. Perhaps I didn't state that as clearly as I intended. It was not meant to be a bone to pick for the years that I didn't see them. I'm just delighted to see some of the projects in my own district being met as well this time. Thanks.
Totally understood, totally understood. It gets kind of complex, doesn't it, Mr. Stein? Yeah. Okay, let's get to part 2 if you're ready, sir.
Madam Chair, I believe there's a motion on the floor. Would you like me to?
Oh, I keep forgetting that. Thank you so much. Would you please call the roll?
Board Member Escarcega.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Clearly, I need help. Are we ready, Mr. Stein?
I'm ready.
I might let's just hope I am.
It's a long day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Oakes, did you want to introduce this one, or?
No, I'll turn it over to Andy if that's okay.
It is okay. He's the boss. Go forth.
Hardly. You all have received 2 memos from staff regarding emergency grant applications to resolve ventilation and filtration issues related to COVID-19. First, you received a list of applications as received, and then the formal recommendation from the Capital Construction Assistance Board. Because the Attorney General explained to you how it was determined that projects of these types are eligible per statute, I won't review those portions of the packet with you, but I would like to point out again that statute did not consider a global pandemic or emergency grant requests at this scale. So this has been a bit of a moving target for over a year. First, considering a purchase of mobile devices for every student in the state back in March, April of 2020, until a few months ago when ventilation and filtration concerns were brought up. And we ended up in a mad dash to create a process by which applicants would submit requests all at once so that you all and the Capital Construction Assistance Board would not have to continually meet to consider individual applications as they are submitted. As you're aware, not everyone is happy with all of the decisions made, and it appears some applicants did not fully understand the requirements that were developed by the Capital Construction Assistance Board and staff. You received copies of those requirements and our website link in your packets. And our virtual meeting environment is doing us an injustice, I believe, in that decisions being made by the Capital Construction Assistance Board may not be fully comprehended or understood by folks watching online, and there's not a back and forth dialogue. I don't think that the process has been perfect, and in all industries, emergency construction projects by their nature are challenging. I will say that my teams worked really hard to put this together at our busiest time of the year, so just a big thank you to them. And that I pushed for our list of recommended projects to be extremely flexible given the circumstances that I just mentioned. We're still working with applicants to refine scope or matches, as noted in the recommended with conditions section of your emergency grant application list. 3 of those projects actually, 2 of them from Pueblo and 1 from Thompson, have already agreed to the revisions that we've spoke with them about. So I believe we're comfortable with those projects. And then there'll be a lot of work for staff as they work with these projects to be successful, but also to make sure that we don't expend state dollars on ineligible items, which of course is our fiduciary responsibility. The list that you have in front of you recommends awards for 18 projects and conditionally awards another 6 projects. There are another 7 projects that we would be glad to work with for a traditional best application to be submitted this January. On that list, the total impact on the Capital Construction Assistance Fund would be about $23 million. On the first list that you received, which was just applications as submitted, if all of those were to be approved at that dollar amount, the total impact on the Assistance Fund would be just over $30 million. Whatever your decisions today, we will then need to request that the State Controller's Office increase the annual spending appropriation from the Capital Construction Assistance Fund so that we could award these projects. In working with our controller at CDE, we have determined that there's approximately $100 million in unencumbered funds in the assistance fund as of today. So these projects could be covered. And with that, again, Mr. Stevens, if you'd like to say a few words, and I'm happy again to answer any questions and look forward to what actions you take.
Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Andy said, this has been a difficult process, to say the least. I think the intent of using emergency funds was to use for instances where maybe a tornado or a flood severely damaged a facility, made it unusable, and it's kind of a little gray in the statute of an emergency fund use here. While COVID-19 has been a certified disaster by the governor for the state, many of these facilities have been usable by the districts, and I would imagine many of the districts on this list have had staff and students occupying them throughout the pandemic. Not 100% closed. There may be some, but I doubt all of them have been in that boat. So this has been tough, right, from the start. And this discussion started back last fall, and there was a lot of recommendation that we made outside of the boardroom to say that a lot of these projects should submit the regular BEST grant. They would be great projects to be considered within the regular BEST grant process, but for some reason it was chosen not to. I also think you probably already heard a lot. You're going to probably ask us some questions around waivers. We're happy to have that conversation. Every project that submitted a waiver or had asked for a reduction in match, the staff did present us that information to the board. And there was a motion made by one of the board members for a waiver, which did not receive a second and thus failed the request for a waiver. So I just want to make that clear to the record. But again, I'm sure you have some specific questions around this. I will say, given the complexity of this, the amount of money that has been asked here, and this never have gone through this process, the state of Colorado is very fortunate to have a means to which to award this funding for these type of projects. And I think our job as a capital construction board is to make sure that that money is going to good use, right? And I think there's a lot of leeway in these emergency grants around that. So with that, I'll turn it back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Before we continue, could I have a motion, please?
I can do a motion. I move to approve the emergency best grants as a response to COVID-19 as posted in board.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Great. All right, let me go down the line with questions. Board Member McClellan, are you ready for the questions?
Sure. I'm wondering if staff wants to touch on the concern about some of the untested protocols for which funding may have been requested, and maybe some of the concerns that staff may have heard related to unproven protocols when it comes to fighting the virus.
Mr. Stein?
Sure. Thank you, Board Member McClellan. I feel like I've been sort of thrust into a spotlight as a spokesperson for these systems, and I didn't necessarily intend to be put in that position. But I will say that through review of regular BEST grants, we started seeing some of these systems being installed in schools, or requests to install them in schools that are awarded BEST dollars. And in review of that with CDPHE and the EPA, we determined a couple of things, that they're relatively untested, the efficacy for them, and there are some health concerns out there that the EPA and CDPHE have discussed. And so with that, we're able to look at the BEST grant program and our capital construction guidelines and see that they're not really contemplated there, and they're not, as CDPHE says, really necessary to fully address COVID, where the real concern there is to increase ventilation and filtration in a facility, get as much fresh air into the facility as you can. Some of these systems are used in other applications, like in hospitals, but not necessarily in schools in these manners. Now, that said, there actually are a number of schools out there that do have these systems installed in them. So we're not telling anyone that they can't install these. We're just saying that money coming from the assistance fund won't be considered for paying for them.
Thank you so much. And my other question is, we've got two different lists of recommendations, one from staff and one from our board. For the purposes of weighing the motion that is on the floor, which of those lists, both of which are posted on board docs, applies to the underlying motion?
Whoops.
Is it okay, Madam Chair, if I?
Yeah, please help out on this, because I didn't realize there were two lists.
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. There shouldn't be two lists. You received a memo before the meeting with a list of the applications that we received, and as we received them. A couple days ago, in a memo dated June 4th, I don't know how well they're tied together in your board packets. There's a list, and that is the list of recommended projects that the Capital Construction Assistance Board voted to approve.
Oh, my apologies. I saw the EM apps staff recommend list, and then I saw the grant fiscal year 22 state board. Okay, so one's a memo and one's in list format. I beg your pardon, my error. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Esper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Stein and Mr. Stevens, this is not my area of expertise, But when I look through the list you gave us, why are some of them highlighted in yellow?
Sorry, I'm juggling a handful of things here.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Board Member Esser. In the list, I'm just going to hold it up. This list that you received, which is the list of recommendations.
Yeah.
Is this list you refer
They're Poudre School District, Mr. Stein.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the emergency grant applications. It's what it says at the top.
Mm-hmm. The 5 that are highlighted in yellow.
Yeah.
Have not yet responded to us about the fact that the match they submitted in the application was lower than the calculated match.
Got it.
Or they may have responded that they don't have the ability to meet the match that's required of this application.
Okay. And the match is in complicated statute. Is that correct?
The match is defined in statute, yes.
So even if a school district such as Cotopaxi says they need it for health and safety, that may be true, but still they have to meet the match, correct?
As a baseline, we establish a match as calculated in statute for all applicants. And then they do typically have the ability to submit a waiver application. So if they feel like by some unforeseen circumstances they can't meet that match, then they would submit a request to the board for consideration.
Okay, and I shouldn't read these things the way I do. And then there was something on Sheridan Schools where the Building Trades Center would not be funded. Is that correct? Because it's not used for classrooms?
Yes, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Esser. Yes, it's not currently used for educational purposes, so we didn't feel that it qualified for this application.
Excellent. Thank you very much for helping me through this. That's all, Madam Chair.
Good. Board Member Sheffel? Questions?
No, I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin? Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Board Member Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I do. I think I need to continue on. This is fairly new, about the waiver process. And so, so I get a full understanding that the initial match you calculate, a district can apply for a waiver from that match. And on your normal grants, your typical cycle, you entertain those waivers. How do you decide who gets a waiver, and what's the process that you formally entertain them? How do you do that?
Thank you, Board Member Skarziga. Do you mean in the traditional BEST grant process?
Yeah, let's start there. Let's start with traditional, yeah.
Okay. Everyone is made aware to the best of our abilities that they can submit a waiver during that grant application process. So they would submit their application understanding what this pre-calculated match requirement is. And then anyone has the opportunities to submit this waiver application, before the applications are due in January, February timeframe. So going into the May meeting, we know who has submitted a waiver application or not. So the Capital Construction Assistance Board will review each application and have a presentation by the applicant to discuss the application, and they'll vote to approve that project and move it forward for funding solely based on the conditions of the facility or the health and safety concerns that are discussed. So at that point, the project, let's say, has been approved. If they have a waiver that they're requesting on top of that application, the board will then consider that waiver separately. And in that waiver form that we have, there's an opportunity for the applicant to address all of those 7 requirements written in statute and explain why they feel like that's not a completely accurate picture of the situation that they may be in at that given time. For example, assessed value often is discussed, say, in a community that's really reliant on mining operations or something along those lines. We're using the data that's most immediately available to us, which is probably last fiscal year. And they're saying, we know that this mine is going to close next year and our assessed value is going to drop. And so therefore we request a reduction of this portion of the calculated match. Once they've given that presentation, then the board will vote to accept that waiver or not accept that waiver But the project, even if they vote to not accept the waiver, the project can move forward as an award, but the applicant will have to meet that match requirement as established in statute, or the pre-calculated match.
Okay, so then for these emergency funds that became available, this is where I'm hearing, you know, the kind of conflict that came up or concerns. So in the initial application, when I applied, did it state no waivers would be considered?
Yes.
Okay, so I knew going in that would happen. I think, and so there was no, but I heard you say that for one school district, they did apply, or they did ask for a waiver. Somebody made a motion. So in other words, somebody just still went ahead and asked for the waiver, even though you said on the front end, and maybe I shouldn't put words in your mouth, but is that what happened? Just trying to get a sense of how it processed. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Board Member Escarcega. In the typical BEST process in the application, we do have the applicant type in their calculated match. I think there's a double check to make sure that we're all seeing the same numbers. In the emergency grant process, we also left a blank open for applicants to type in a match. So on our website, before you jump into the application, it clearly states that no waivers will be requested. But in the application itself, you could type in any number that you want. So there were a handful, 7 maybe or 10 applicants who typed in a lower number than the calculated match. And there was actually 2 applicants who typed in a number that's greater than the calculated match. And so we went back to all of those applicants to inform them that the CCAB, the Capital Construction Assistance Board, had determined that they would not consider waivers for this process. And a number of them increased their matches to the pre-calculated match. And then of course, the district that put in a match too high gladly reduced their match down to the pre-calculated amount.
Okay. So can you explain to me what the board's decision, some of the rationale behind why no waivers to matches for this emergency fund funding?
Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Board Member Escarcega, I'd be happy to answer that question. We had this conversation back in March that the match percentages would be part of this process as we were establishing the guidelines for this process. And I'll tell you personally, what it comes from for me is that you have an emergency in your district, you should commit every available fund that you have, every available dollar you have to deal with that emergency. And I've sat on this board for 7 of the 11 years it's been in existence. And we always get into these conversations later on about, we start finding money that districts have available to use that they're holding back for one reason or another. I'm not saying it's not a valid reason. I'm just saying that if this is truly an emergency and this is truly a need to accommodate schools, then I believe there's a partnership here that the district can help do that. And with a long list of applicants like we were seeing here, it wasn't sure of how much was going to be asked for, how much was going to be needed. There were a lot of questions asked early on about the type of systems that could be used, in my opinion, a fishing expedition of what could we get. So the board heard this early on. And like I said, we started these conversations back in the fall. So this was us trying to make sure that if a district was going to seek an emergency grant, they were committed. It's not to say that there couldn't have been an exception here, but I don't think any of us saw that. And having just gone through the formal process in May, like we typically do, you start to hone in on where these matches lie and how the districts are leveraging the funds that they have available. Some districts are using every grant dollar they get, every GOCO grant, whatever they got to put up to a project, and others are just flat out saying, all right, my community will not support it, and therefore this is all I can commit. So that's some of the basis. I hope that helps answer some of your questions.
It does. It does. Did you all, as an organization, formally vote not to accept any waivers? Did you do that as formal board action?
I don't know if we did a formal board action. The discussion in March was, the action in March was that the match requirement would be, or the match properties would be required. and looking through the minutes that I saw, there was some discussions about the waivers not being required or not being considered. But I don't believe we formally excluded that. I don't think the statute would let us formally exclude it.
Board Member Escarcega, the most specific moment, if I may jump in, the most specific moment where the Capital Construction Assistance Board considered a match or a waiver, a reduction of the match, was actually in the special meeting held to review the entire list. And I think Mr. Stevens mentioned that before, and that's when Cotopaxi specifically was brought up for consideration and did not receive a second. So, you know, at that point, I feel like that conversation was pretty clear. I honestly would have to go back to the minutes from March and April to review what votes occurred. But the match or the waiver requirement definitely was not a specific individual item that was voted on. The conversation was about all of the requirements for the grant application that were created, which you received in your board packet and was posted on our website.
Thank you. Thank you for answering all those questions.
You're welcome.
I have a question. I think it's for Mr. Stein, perhaps with Mr. Stevens. I'm trying to understand what I thought I heard. Did I hear that there is an emergency fund and it was 100 million and you're going to use 30 of that, or was it 100,000? I can't see my screen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Per statute, all unencumbered dollars in the assistance fund are available for an emergency grant request. And so that's the same fund that's used to fund traditional BEST grant projects.
So you just used 36,000? Is that right?
The questions that's in front of you today is, do you want to use, $23 million of the available funds in the assistance fund? When we calculated with our controller what unencumbered dollars there are in that fund, it's about $100 million.
Okay. So worst case scenario, we have some horrible fires this summer or catastrophic events. We are then limited in other opportunities to use emergency funds. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be a worst case scenario for sure.
Okay. And I'm putting you on the spot now, honestly, but historically, how often have we spent emergency funds and how large have those been in the last 11 years? Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've not received an emergency grant application in my tenure at the Department of Education. As I mentioned before, the way statute's written, it doesn't contemplate global pandemics and it doesn't contemplate at such scale. And so it's typically a one-off here or there, a roof collapsed or, something along those lines. And then there's a requirement in the typical emergency grant process that when you receive insurance proceeds, you actually have to pay that back to the program. So it's like a bridge loan to get started on your repair work while you wait for other funds to come in. But honestly, I think our process, even as rushed as it is to get all of your approvals, is slow enough that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense typically for someone to come ask for these funds because they're going to get their insurance or they have, capital reserves and they can start spending that money and wait for their insurance proceeds to come in or their insurance to come in.
Okay, thank you. As you can see, we are not experts on this particular topic. I see that Mr. Durham is here. Mr. Durham, do you have any questions? Have you caught up with where we are? And do you have questions? And you're on mute, sir.
That gives you some idea of how far behind I am. No, I have not been able to catch up, so I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues, before we call a vote? Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you call the vote, please?
Board Member Durham?
I think just based on just based on not having sat through the process and fully understood it, I'd like to abstain, but that's against the rules, I think, so I'll just vote no.
Member Skarzica.
Yes.
Board Member Usser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Sheffield.
Yes.
Yes, did you call my name? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
So that passes 6-1.
Thank you. All right, we are on item 14. We'll now have a short presentation and a vote on elementary, early childhood, and special education inclusion of the reading licensure content assessment. Commissioner, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a follow-up from our last board agenda item in May, and we have also been talking to you about this option for quite some time, but this is just coming to fruition now for an action item. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bibbins to give us the presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioner Anthus. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Colleen O'Neill, Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent, and joining me is Mary Bibbins, our Director of Educator Development. As Commissioner Anthus mentioned, we're here today as a follow-up to the May Board of Education meeting. At that meeting, we brought forward the idea of aligning all educator licensure content assessments and Board of Education rules through the adoption of the Elementary Reading Assessment Praxis 5205. At that meeting, you asked a few critical questions and expressed a unanimous interest in us coming back to the board for full adoption of that assessment for the statutorily required educator licensure content assessments in elementary, early childhood, and special education. Today, we will present a bit of an overview on the multi-year work in this arena, answer your question about cost and an implementation timeline for this, and then take any questions and comments you have before the vote for adoption. As a bit of background and as a refresher, the educator licensure content assessments are required by state statute for educator licensure in elementary, early childhood, and special education arenas. Those are required for all licensure candidates, whether they are in-state candidates or whether they are out-of-state candidates. All other content areas for licensure can be demonstrated through content assessment, degree, or 24 content hours. This specific conversation, as Dr. Anthus mentioned earlier, around reading content assessment for licensure has been a licensing conversation that's been ongoing for quite some time. Ensuring educators are prepared with the knowledge and skills to teach students how to read is crucial. At a policy level, Colorado has implemented the science of reading for close to a decade. The board asked CDE several years ago, actually, in 2016, to find better ways to ensure alignment for reading in our licensure content assessments. In response to that request, CDE has worked with stakeholder groups for several years to better understand their need and content assessment alignment to the Board of Education rule. In late 2019, in late 2019, stakeholders recommended the adoption of the Praxis 5205 to better ensure content knowledge of licensed educators in teaching using scientifically based reading strategies. The recommendation from those conversations created the READ Act. Those created the READ Act content assessment, I should be more clear around that, recommendation in elementary reading. The board did not adopt the content assessment for full educator licensure at that time, and staff continued to seek feedback because there were concerns raised at the time, specifically by educator preparation programs and members of the board regarding assessments in those areas and specifically around teacher shortages and the passage rate for teachers of color. In light of those concerns, CDE staff has continued to review and monitor the shortages and concerns regarding those pass rates. Most recently, the concern around educator licensure content assessment alignment for all three of these areas came up again in the January Board of Education meeting. There became a need for staff to critically review the legislatively required content assessments for early childhood, elementary, and special education to ensure the alignment of the rules for scientifically based reading strategies and the content assessment and the alignment of the READ Act, making sure all three of those things were in complete coherence. This request came on the heels of the educator preparation programs reaching out to board members regarding approval for the READ Act requirements and Ed Prep programs and how that aligned to reauthorization processes and licensure. It is with that lens that we reviewed the required legislative content assessments for licensure purposes to see how we can better align all of those things. This option, approving the Praxis 5205, ensures educator licensure alignment with the rules and ensures licensure requirements are aligned to employment requirements through the READ Act. This is important in order to ensure that all licensed early childhood, elementary, and special ed educators demonstrate the knowledge expected to support students learning to read. And one more small step into that is that this alignment will ensure that our out-of-state or in-state educator licensed individuals will meet the READ Act requirements in addition to the licensure requirements to demonstrate deep content knowledge in the most foundational skill for our students of reading. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Bibbins to help us answer some critical questions from the May Board of Education meeting and to create a few more opportunities for you all to answer more questions or to give us more feedback or comments. So with that, Ms. Bibbins.
Thank you, Colleen. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. With the addition of the elementary reading assessment that we're talking about today, in these three licensure areas, it will increase the cost for our future educators. During last month's presentation, you had asked us to bring those for your consideration. So as a reminder, during last month's presentation, and we'll start with early childhood, we would add the Reading Praxis 5205 to the current assessment requirement 5024, which is the early childhood education, that assessment covering child development from birth to age 8. For elementary, there would be the removal of the reading language arts subtest that is currently required for elementary licensure in Colorado, leaving the other subtests and creating a new bundle of 3 for elementary, and those would be math, social studies, and science. These costs include a pricing bundle discount that you see for the 3 subject content exam that would now cost $150. And then the addition again of the Reading Elementary Praxis 5205 for the $146. This would be true for both elementary and special ed licensing. Special ed licensing requires per statute that all elementary content exams be completed by special ed candidates, as well as special education core knowledge exam as determined and selected by the board. Finally, there will also now be free study materials and support through ETS, as they are expanding their partnership with Khan Academy, and that will be available for educators and our preparation programs. We wanted to share the plans for implementation if the board does adopt this reading assessment for licensure. CDE staff will work to implement this in a timely fashion while still considering teachers who may already be in the process of completing current content exam requirements. For anyone who has already passed current exams but has not yet submitted an application to the department for initial licensure, we will accept those prior requirements through the upcoming academic school year. So for example, this would allow time for a candidate who took their content exams prior to their student teaching that they might be doing this fall. They would be able to submit for their initial licensure this winter with or without the newly required reading exam. But starting September 1st of this year, all new test takers would align to the new content exams as determined by the board today. We would work to update our information with our educator preparation programs on our website, working with ETS on their scheduling and communication items to align to the new requirements. And one final note, as Colleen mentioned earlier, that if teachers do finish their approved programs and pass this reading licensure exam 5205, it would also allow them to meet the READ Act training requirements while they're finalizing their preparation programming. Today, the consideration in front of the board is to adopt Praxis 5205 teaching reading elementary with the passage score of 159 for special education generalist, early childhood education, and elementary education licensure. I'll send it back to Colleen to wrap up, and then I'm happy to take any questions you may have for us.
Thank you, Ms. Bivens. We do want to transition back to the board for comment, conversation, questions. And before we do that, I do want to acknowledge a couple of things. Specifically, I want to acknowledge feedback from several fronts. I think it's important that the board have full transparency to some of the feedback we have heard and/or seen. First, we have received feedback from some parents, teachers, and community members, and from some educator preparation programs that value this focus on reading and ensuring our new teachers who enter the teaching profession truly have the deep content knowledge about the science of teaching reading. We also want to very clearly acknowledge the feedback from our Colorado Consortium of Deans of Education regarding the concerns they have around the pass rate of licensure exams for our teachers of color. As I noted earlier in our presentation, we have heard these concerns for several years, and we have actually held them ourselves. There are competing challenges in the adoption of this reading exam, and one of those challenges is truly balancing of critical need that we have to ensure our students read proficiently by grade 4, and to ensure that we have a talented pipeline of educators, including our teachers of color. We are looking to balance that need to increase our pipeline of educators and significantly reduce the gaps for students at the same time. We believe this approach can do that over time, and we are committed to the monitoring of the outcomes for all teachers and for all students, and making adjustments as needed, and ensuring our continual support and outreach to our educator preparation programs. With that, Madam Chair, I turn this back over to you for questions, comments, and possible action.
Thank you. So I'll make a comment first. I'd like to acknowledge that Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens have been acknowledged by TNTP, and they have used that acronym for so long that I don't think they know anymore what it stands for. Do you know, Deborah, the National Teachers something or another? Anyway, you've been acknowledged for the
National Council for Teacher Quality. Is that what you mean? Yes, NCTQ.
And is that who it was? NCTQ?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay. For the great work that you've done in Colorado to really raise the bar for teachers learning how to teach reading. So I want to congratulate you and acknowledge the recognition that you've had. Yep. Great work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think I'd like to first have a motion, and then I will go through with folks' comments and questions. Although, actually, first of all, Dr. O'Neill, tell me why teachers of color can't learn how to teach reading using the scientific method. I mean, what is different here? This is so troubling to me when I hear this kind of a comment. I need somebody to help me understand this. Can you?
I'm not entirely sure I can help understand the entire complexity around it, but here are a few things that we know. We know that students of color and teachers of color have traditionally not performed at the same rate as their white counterparts. We know that. There are a few reasons for that research has said, and I think there's a few qualitative reasons that I will not get into. I think from a research perspective, there's been a couple of things, is that some of our students of color through the K-12 system, we're actually propagating, in some cases, continual gaps in learning for our students of color. Those translate over into our institutes of higher education and our teachers of color. And so those continue to be kind of that we're getting what we're propagating in some ways. And so one of the things that we've talked about greatly, and I think needs much, much more conversation, is what are we doing about the rigor for our teachers coming into the education profession to ensure and support. And so I think this is a much larger conversation than me, for sure. And I would, encourage any member of the board to put their input in as well. But one of these is if we're part of the problem, then how are we part of the solution? And so we continually work within that continuum with our educator preparation programs. They want to recognize that and elevate it as well. Work within our educational systems in K-12 as well. So that's my response to that.
Do I have a motion, colleagues? Please.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the adoption of the Praxis 5205 assessment, teaching reading elementary with a passing score of 159 for licensure in special education generalist, ages 5 through 21, early childhood education, ages birth to 8, and elementary education, grades K through 6.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So I guess I'll go down the line. Board Member Esser?
You're going to start with me.
Yeah, and
thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I'm a little hot on this particular topic. It sends me into outer space, and so I need somebody to calm me down here. So
okay.
you and Board Member Scheffel have got to do
my best. First of all, I commend both of you for all the work you've done and how you just stay on this no matter how contentious it gets. At the same time, my colleagues are members of C-Code and I was in an EPP, so I do understand their issues around BIPOC teacher candidates and why we want to make sure they also have the same pass rate as everybody else. So I know I did contact Dr. O'Neill and ask some questions about what we're doing. I know that she's talked with ETS about the type of research they've done on why our teachers of color are not scoring as high as our other candidates, and they'll be working on some more research in this area. And I do have questions. So number one, what's the responsibility of EPPs to make sure that all their students are prepared to pass at the same rate? I mean, there's differences between university students as always, but they're not usually along a specific characteristic. So that would be one of my questions. What are we doing to make sure that all of our candidates are passing the test, and how have we changed our own program? Do you have any thoughts on that, Dr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Dr. Esser. Yes, we have a couple of items here. One of the things that we have learned over the last several years is how important it is to have collaborative relationships with our educator preparation programs. And as part of those collaborative relationships, we have committed and executed monthly meetings with our EPPs. We show up with our educator preparation programs at their dean's meetings. We show up to help faculty move forward if they need to talk to us about the why and the how. We show up to make sure there are facilitations that are happening and we're able to get folks the information that they need around scientifically based reading strategies. One of the most critical things we're doing moving forward is we're working with an opportunity with the CEDAR Foundation, which Mary Bivens has been leading, to actually identify and support a learning cohort of faculty members over the next year. And so they'll be learning right alongside our teachers in K-12 and in our kindergarten through third grades, right next to each other, along with some of our faculty who are interested in pursuing more learning around the science of teaching reading. And so we'll be facilitating that over the next year through learning cohorts with our institutes of higher education and all educator preparation programs.
Thank you. And Dr. O'Neill, the cost is approximately $140 more than what they're paying right now, correct?
Finding the mute button is hard. Yes, what we learned in the pandemic, finding the mute button is hard. Yes, that is an increased cost somewhat across the board for individual candidates.
That is an issue, considering that some of our, first of all, you don't get paid for student teaching, and second of all, you start out at sometimes $32,000 a year in the state of Colorado. So that is disconcerting. All that said, we want to make sure we have absolutely the best qualified people in our classrooms that we can get. And they need to be able to demonstrate, not that they can teach reading effectively through the praxis, but at least they have the beginning knowledge that they need to get better and better every year. So with that said, and because we have this year where you're accepting people that have already taken the present praxis into student teaching programs, I understand why this is necessary. So I'm sure there are 100 more questions, but I am going to thank Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens and give it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Board Member Durham, do you have some questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd just like to say that I do appreciate what Dr. O'Neill and her staff has been able to accomplish with higher education. Over the years, I've learned standing up to the higher education bureaucracy is no easy trick. So I appreciate the progress that's been made. I do have some concerns, Dr. O'Neill, that I think you used the word that we are somehow responsible for this differential pass rate. Did I interpret that correctly? Was it the royal we or just we in general, or?
I think it was more the we in general. So there is some research that says, you know, that indicates how are we contributing to that, or are we contributing to that? And so that there is some general research around there. I think there's so much more to learn about how that contribution works, or if it works.
I would just like to say for the record, I don't personally feel responsible for any of those differential results. It's been policy, my policy personally, and I believe the policy of this board, to ensure that everybody's treated equally, which means they have an equal opportunity. And unless there's some abject bias showing in the exam, and unless it's trying to measure something other than competence to teach reading, then I'm going to reject that that this board or any of the staff at CDE is responsible for those differences. And I think it's important, it's at least important for me to start pushing back on this collective guilt that seems to be permeating our society. I didn't do it. It's not my fault. And I think responsibility for success is an individual one, and individuals who wish to be successful and wish to prepare properly and do prepare properly are going to pass the test. And I will hang on to that belief until somebody can show me that somehow there's a question in there that's designed to trick people of different colors. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to add a thank you to the department that's worked so hard, and especially when we get into the teacher prep programs. That in the beginning we thought was going to be possibly a big barrier, but I continue to be amazed at how many colleges are, once they understand what the science is, or sometimes they are hiring a person that knows it, it turns it around, because you cannot get along in life if you can't read. You don't have an opportunity for success. Mm-hmm. And our teacher prep programs come up once every 5 years. And if there's a college right now saying, well, I can wait 4 years before this happens, I find, at least in my district and the ones I've contacted, they would rather be on board now and get that going than wait 5 years and then go ahead and see what they can get before us when we continue to accredit their college or university. And I think that has a lot to do with the momentum that this board as a unit has always given to the importance of reading, and how our state really gives that. So I think we're totally moving in the right direction, and sure, it's going to be challenging. It's going to be challenging for everybody. But if this test is that difficult, maybe we need to have more rigorous courses available so that it's easier to pass the test, because it's really not passing the test. It's implementing what you learn. And the key is how well the students are reading. That's the end result. And we got to keep our eye on that. And I know I'm I'm lecturing and I don't mean to be, but I think this is a great step in the right direction. And when we see birth all the way to 21, boy, I think that's a great way to emphasize reading, because even in high school, we have many students that cannot read. And I think they all have the equal opportunity, and I honestly believe they have equal ability. I totally believe that, because I've seen what's happened in Mississippi and around the nation. And I think we can do that here. I have great hope. So thank you, Colleen O'Neill and Ms. Bivens, for everything you're doing, and everybody there at CDE. And I totally support this.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Board Member Rankin that the end result that we need to keep our eye on is whether Colorado students are effectively learning how to read. That really should be and has been our focus. I don't think that we should run away from transparency simply because we are worried that there are some results we're going to see that are difficult to look at and difficult to face. This one has to be non-negotiable. We have to make sure that our instructors that we are putting out into the Colorado classrooms are prepared to give every student their best shot at learning how to read effectively, as well as we possibly can. And I really appreciate Dr. O'Neill's comment, how can we be part of the solution? I think that collaborative and supportive attitude with our teacher prep programs to help bring them along, whatever we can do to help them get where we all want everyone to be, is appreciated. And I wanted to give you a chance to comment on what happens when a graduate of a teacher prep program, or one who is nearing the end, takes this exam and doesn't pass on the first attempt. What are some of the supports that are available, and how do we help to get those teachers, especially if they are teachers who we really want to make sure that we're moving along and preparing if it's a teacher of color, and we want to make sure that we have enough of them in our state so that students have people in the classroom who understand their life experience. What are the supports that we make available to make sure that we're helping everybody get where we want them to be?
Absolutely. So I'll answer, thank you for the question. I'll answer a little bit about what happens if they don't pass the assessment. So one of the first things that we ask our educator preparation programs to do is to offer that assessment early and make sure that they're encouraging their folks to go as early as they possibly can. In a lot of our preparation programs, at least in our traditional preparation programs, those members are learning their content in the first couple of years, but a lot of times they don't take those assessments until the last year. That's a long gap, right? We talk about that internally, about what kind of gap that is and how are we filling that gap. The ideal is that gap's being filled by their clinical experiences and the practice they're getting in reading. But if they don't pass those assessments in their first time, they are able to take those assessments again and again and again and again, right? They can take them however often they need to. And in some cases, our teachers actually enter into it, or our pre-service teachers enter into it and say, I want to know what it feels like, and then I'm going to do it again. It's at a reduced rate. We also, for elementary, you can take those subjects that you miss. So there's 4 subject areas. If you don't pass one subject area, then you get to take the one subject. You don't have to take all of it again. In the meantime, what we really hope is our educator preparation programs are supporting and uplifting those individuals and giving them some more wraparound supports. And we're working to make sure, Ms. Bivens talked about ETS and how they're providing now all of the study materials free of charge. And so that's part of what those are paid for, is the free study materials, increasing their opportunity for more online study materials through Khan Academy. Those are starting to get more and more deeper learning around how to help support in some of those assessments. So they act as a refresher, a little bit like taking the GREs, right? Where when we're a long ways from high school, taking those GREs is a little tough and you end up studying more. But kudos, I need to say kudos to our ed prep programs, because they really are stepping up to help those individuals. And many of them are doing one-on-one supports. They're offering tutoring. They're offering additional wraparound supports, and they're really increasing that. So kudos to our educator preparation programs for doing that.
And I'm almost afraid to ask this last question, but we never want to create a disincentive for our teacher prep programs to teach students of color. And we really want to praise those teacher prep programs that are opening their doors and making an opportunity for teachers that we really need in our state. Is there anything else that we can be doing as a board to ensure that we're being as supportive as we can to those institutions that are stepping up and opening up opportunities for a teacher force that is diverse?
Absolutely. I think some of the most critical things that you can do as a board and direct us as a staff to do is to monitor regularly. Pay attention to what the data is saying. Look at those individually with our educator preparation programs to really think about what that means. Provide those additional supports to individuals who are contacting us. Make sure that they know what their opportunities are around any of these content assessments or around the supports that they need. So I am a firm believer that we can always do better, and when we know better, we should do better. And if those data lead us down that path of we need to do some deeper dives into that support, then we will do more deeper dives into that support from Mary, from me, from our educator development team across that continuum.
Thank you so much, Dr. O'Neill. Much appreciated.
Board Member Sheffel.
Yeah, well, I just also like to thank CDE and Colleen and Mary for the great work they've done and really working with universities collaboratively, but helping them understand the leverage point that teacher prep can be as far as really ensuring the content knowledge exists and is being shared with teacher candidates. So really appreciate that work. As far as this decision, it seems to me that there's two issues that folks have raised that concern them about this test. One is that we're adding a test. And it seems to me that we're not adding a test for elementary ed candidates. We're replacing, and we are adding for special education and early childhood. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Oh, Mary, I'm sorry. I apologize, Dr. Sheffel. No, Mary has some to add.
Thank you, Colleen. I just wanted to clarify we are not adding for special ed. Special ed falls into the same category as elementary, where we're removing the one reading subtest and we're doing the Praxis 5205. It is early childhood that truly is getting a full test added on. That's why their increase is the full $146. For elementary and early childhood, we're getting a bundling discount, so they will not increase by that rate. It's a lesser rate.
Good. So really, it's just that one subgroup. So I think that you've tried to be very efficient in the way that you've thought about this to benefit teacher candidates who are seeking to get a license while still, adding this additional leverage point, asking for teacher candidates who demonstrate knowledge that's so important to practice. So I think that issue, is handled in a sense by this clarification in my mind. The other one is waiting until this HB 21-1010 work group releases its findings, and when are those findings slated to be released?
Right, so that is a work group that was just established through legislature this year, and so it won't be until next year. And I just as a quick follow along, that same charge was given to us in the Minority Teacher Report in 2014, and so we conducted a lot of that research and continue to take a look at it. So there is a pretty good body of information out there that could be utilized.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree, and I don't think waiting until the results of that work group are released really gives us tremendously new information. We know that individuals, in terms of how they perform on standardized tests, there's lots of variables that can impact that, but the one variable that we are focusing on is ensuring that the content knowledge is there, knowing that the content knowledge itself doesn't translate into practice, but it's a necessary foundation. Otherwise, we can't move at all. So it strikes me that it's a good policy for us to be supporting. I support it just because of the many years we've seen where some of our teachers just don't have access to that information, that knowledge base, just because it isn't really a part woven in very explicitly and with fidelity into their teacher prep program. So I think it's a win-win really for teacher candidates seeking to be teachers. We know lots of teachers have a burnout rate, and many of them will say they feel demoralized because they feel like maybe they're not as prepared as they wish to really impact student achievement, knowing literacy is just at the center of all the rest of the skills they're trying to help their K-12 students master. So I think it it's a good direction for us, even though there are always challenges. But I appreciate this direction and the focus and kind of fine point the board has put on this literacy issue. So I really appreciate the work you're doing and the just working together on this really important issue.
Thank you. Board Member Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Member Sheffield, that helped me a lot. That was a nice summary of those concerns, and I was going to ask some questions, so thank you so much for that. I think I want to come back to the, just to check on the timing again of when this goes into effect. And I'm thinking, you said September 1, 2021, which would be this September. So let's say I have just finished a course, or I've just finished all my coursework in maybe my student teaching. For some reason, I just am now taking the license exam. I pass all 3 sections, but the reading section, I miss by 2 questions. I don't get a license and I can't teach the next year.
So I'm going to jump in on that question. Mary may help fill in some things specifically around the implementation. But with regard to licensure, so if you've completed all appropriate licensure opportunities, there's a couple of different ways to go about still getting into a classroom and completing your assessments at the end. One of that is emergency licenses, right? We approve those kind of all the time. And in a lot of situations, that could be the case, or they haven't been able to fulfill something else within there. And so they take an emergency license for a year. Or even less. They might be able to turn right around and take that assessment and pass it within a month or 2 of starting teaching. So there is a pathway absolutely in. And then I will let Mary talk just a little bit about the implementation, because it is a little tricky. We have people at many different stages. And you may have to think really deeply, even more so than we have. So Mary, I'll let you take that one.
Thank you. It's such a great question, Board Member Skarska. So thank you for that. If they're in the process of taking the exams, right? So your example of, I was taking these exams, but I maybe didn't pass one of the subtests. We will allow this academic year to continue under the old requirements. The September 1st would be for new test takers. So if you're just starting your testing, we would go under the new requirements. I do want to say, and I think it's the credit to our educator preparation programs, that almost all of them, literally almost all programs require candidates to pass their testing before they enter student teaching. So that, one, ensures what Colleen mentioned earlier, right? Which is you don't want to wait till the very end. You might want to take it a little sooner to the coursework. The second thing, and I think the most important thing that I see in our prep programs, is they want them to take it so that if they do struggle with an exam or a part of an exam, that they can give those wraparound supports before they're in student teaching or graduating and trying to get a job. So, the scenario you described could happen, but it would be an outlier situation most commonly, because they usually pass them prior to student teaching.
That's very helpful. I was just trying to think of, have we created some unintended consequences? And I kind of agree. Waiting out for the study, we could be waiting, and I look forward to the results of that study rather than impose my personal opinions on what I think why certain groups don't pass as quick as others. I think, but I don't want to wait. That doesn't, we could be playing this game forever. We did get some feedback from someone that indicated they would like to see the pass rates public. I don't know if we do that typically with our other data, but I certainly think, I'm sure part of the study, they're going to be asking that same question, right? What are, and maybe that's another question I had going back, is what other states have used this test, what are their pass rates? But I won't get into all that. I know you've looked at all that, but it would be interesting to see what our pass rates are, even by program. I'd be very interested in those. I don't know what your thoughts were to that. Is that typical? This is not my...
Yeah. No, that's a great question. Usually a couple of things happen. One, we come to the board with some of those pass rates at some time throughout the year. So we usually do a presentation to the board around where we are in praxis. That's actually going to happen in August for you. So you're going to see some of those things happening in August, as well as a few more assessments coming, because they kind of get updated over time, and then you have to re-adopt those assessments because they're in a continual state of update. So those will be coming to you in August. We're happy to merge both of those presentations together and bring those data forward, in addition to some of the changes for our updated praxis exams. And then the other place is our educator preparation reports and our public reporting website. So we do go ahead and we let people know kind of what those pass rates are. And also the bill, the new diversity bill that folks were actually just talking about, requires us to also establish online pass rates, first-time pass rates for all educators and all educator preparation programs in Colorado. So we'll be working to make sure that we have first-time pass rates. Right now we kind of use the completer pass rates, so when they're the final pass rate, but we'll be establishing the first ones as well. So over the next year, lots more transparency into what those pass rates look like per Colorado, but also individual prep programs.
Okay, thank you. That does help. And I think the last thing is just a quick comment, just the technical report on the cut score creation, I thought looked fine. The process, everything, the actual cut score itself looked reasonable as a good start. So I would just give you that feedback. But
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just clarify that what we vote on today will apply to all teachers who are getting ready to get a license. So that doesn't matter whether they were prepared in a college or in an alternative prep program. Am I correct?
Correct. Yes, and it will apply to out-of-state educators as well who do not hold professional licenses. So it's for all internal initial license, so all ed prep programs, alternative and traditional in Colorado, and then all educators coming from other states asking for, applying for an initial licensure in Colorado.
So we got the feedback from the deans, but we did not have other feedback from alternative prep program folks, right? I find that interesting.
Right, no, you did not have formal. We had some informal feedback from a couple of those alternative prep programs, and I think their biggest concern was around when the reading assessment would be offered. Is that something that will happen before they go into their alternative programs or during their alternative programs? And so we're working with them on that answer around the implementation and supporting that as well. So no formal feedback from that.
Do let us know, please, when you have that established. I recognize that that's a bit of a challenge. Ms. Maramba, any other questions? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Ms. Esser. Board Member Esser, I saw your hand now.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just wondered, Dr. O'Neill or Ms. Bivens, have we had anybody take 5205 so that we know how at least some of our teachers, did we have any guinea pigs?
Yeah. Yes, and I'm gonna, I have it actually in my hand. So I'm gonna read some numbers, and Mary's gonna double check that I'm looking at the right document and reading the numbers correctly. We did anticipate that there would be some questions. So remember, 5205 was adopted as the READ Act content assessment, end of course content assessment. So we've actually been administering it for about a year, maybe just a little over a year at this point. And so for Colorado right now, our passage rate of that assessment, and I'll just read the folks. We don't have a large cadre of differentiation here in our teachers because they have not had this too long. But right now, with regard to any categories around diversity, Mexican American or Chicano, 77.8 passage rate. Other Hispanic, Latino, or Latin American, 88.9% passage rate. White, 94.5% passage rate. Two or more races, 83.3. And I do want to just quickly note that most of those numbers that I gave you that are other than white are below 10 people. So they just know that that's a small percentage right now of individuals within that.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. O'Neill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the vote?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Member Skarsgård.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
It passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a notice of rulemaking for the rules for the administration of statewide accountability measures for the Colorado Public School System, Charter School Institute, Public School Districts, and Public Schools, 1 CCR 301-1. Commissioner, is staff prepared to provide an overview? Please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Rhonda Hannaford and Ms. Lisa Medler.
Hello, and thank you, Commissioner Anthus and Madam Chair Schroeder, for the opportunity to bring a notice of rulemaking on the request to reconsider process as identified in House Bill 21-1161. Leading today's presentation is Lisa Medler, Executive Director of Accountability and Continuous Improvement. She has effectively led quite a robust stakeholder engagement process concerning the request to reconsider recommendations, all while during a second accountability pause year that are a part of today's presentation. And I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to her and the team that is bringing forward these recommendations to you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa to share a review of the process and the recommendations.
Ms. Medler, proceed, please.
Thank you. So I believe Angela is going to commandeer the the PowerPoint for me. Perfect. Thank you, Angela. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I also want to let you know that I've got, I'll do the bulk of the presentation, but if there's additional questions, I do have a couple of friends on the line here with me. I've got Katie Lanaha, who was pretty central to helping us draft these proposed rules, and then as well as Marie Hutchton, whom you all know well, who supervises the accountability analytics team and has been highly involved in this process as well. The point or the purpose of this meeting today, or this particular presentation, is to review the request to reconsider proposal and then vote on whether to notice those proposed rules. I will walk through all these pieces. I'll review the statute and the timeline, as well as talk about the stakeholder engagement process. As I'm walking through that, it is covering the portions within the rules. As attachments that you received for this presentation, you received a memo that outlined and gave you a little bit more context. You have a clean version of the proposed rules, a red line version, a crosswalk between the proposed rules and the statute, and then the PowerPoint. So I will focus more on the PowerPoint, but that again will cover the proposed rules for you. Okay, so within statute, we are looking at House Bill 21-1161. I think you're familiar with that one. That's the same legislation that set into motion our state assessments, our altered state assessments for this year. It also paused the accountability clock. And then finally, it enabled the department to offer a request to reconsider process in addition to doing the pause. This is based on recommendations from the COVID-19 Policy Implications Stakeholder Group, which seems like ages ago, but that was just this past fall. So one of their recommendations was to pause the accountability process, but to open up some relief valve for schools and districts on the accountability clock, since they were not getting the opportunity to show progress and move out of that clock status. So in the legislation, it does limit this opportunity of requesting to reconsider their plan type to just schools and districts on the accountability clock, so priority improvement turnaround. It's not available to those that are on watch. AECs are included. One other thing to be aware of is that this process may adjust the plan type, but it may not touch the years on the clock. So 2 consecutive years at improvement or higher are still needed to exit the accountability clock fully. You'll see a scenario down below on what that could look like. So I just want to point your eyes toward that. The legislation also opened up an alternative body of evidence that looks a little bit different than the traditional request to reconsider process, so that you'll see in our proposal that we would be using state assessment data, local assessment data, and then we would also be having this qualitative element that includes the state review panel. Then finally, the other portion in the law is that the state board may promulgate rules. So that's why we're here at this presentation today. So let's go ahead to the next slide. So I just wanted to really lay out for you the eligibility for this request process. So when we think about just schools and districts at priority improvement or turnaround, this means that there's 4 districts that would be eligible and 149 districts, which cover about 149 schools that cover about 45 districts. I want to point out, you have the numbers in here, but the number of schools and districts on watch would not be eligible for this process. And because I also know that you are keenly aware and are keeping a close eye on those schools and districts that have a state-directed action. There's a mix of schools and districts in there that would be eligible. They are currently on priority improvement or turnaround, but there are some on watch that would not be eligible. So we can go on to the next slide. Okay, so the timeline on this process, I have to be honest, makes me sweat a little bit. This is a pretty big lift because we're having to essentially take old systems and adjust them. So it's been a little bit of a lift, but we are making it work. So when I spoke with you at the last meeting, we were still engaging in that stakeholder feedback process. Everything I'm putting in front of you has been informed by the stakeholder, like a wide-ranging set of stakeholders. I'll go into a little bit more detail in a further slide. That red box indicates that this is where we are now. We've starting the state board rules process, and we are scheduled to come back in August for further discussion and hopefully finalization on these rules. Assuming that the rules pass, then in August we would launch the process with the field and start providing technical assistance. And then just to remind you, this would include data analysis as well as site visits. So there's a lot to do over the fall, depending on the number of requests. What we have here is that then we would return at least by December to finalize any plan types, provide you with the recommendations and finalize any plan types. And then we would do any updates in our public reporting. I want to emphasize, because we're still on an accountability pause, we would not be providing any updated performance frameworks. We would just be updating our public reporting on any adjustments on plan types that you would approve. So that's a little bit different than in the past as well. So let's go to the next slide. So these next couple of slides are going to provide you with the structure. Again, this is covered in the rules. I think it's just, it'll make a little bit more sense if I can describe to you what language is in there. So we have proposed a staged process of making our way through this request process. Partly this is because we want to keep the standard high as close as possible to the 2019 set of expectations in the performance frameworks. But we're having to do some approximations with some of the data analysis, and I'll get into that in a minute. We also want to be really mindful of resources. So both at the local level and at the state level, there's limited resources. So we've set this up to build in some checkpoints along the way to make sure that the proposal is promising, and if not, then we would divert off that school or district. So it begins with the quantitative data review of state and local data, and this next slide I'll get into more detail. If things look promising, but further review is needed, then we would move into what we're calling the qualitative review, which then pulls in that body of evidence, which looks at things like, is a strong research-based plan available in their Unified Improvement Plan? And then is there also solid implementation of that plan, which would be documented and evidence collected through the state review panel? And so that's that external review. So if we move on to the next slide, I am gonna walk you through this. So if we start off on the left-hand side under the green state assessment, we are proposing that if state assessment results meet the 2019 targets, so we're looking at achievement, growth, and if need be, post-secondary workforce readiness, then that on its own, that the state assessment data and other data points stand on their own, then we would recommend a new plan type of improvement or performance. When if you go a little bit further and it says results are inconclusive from the state assessment, that means that perhaps participation was not representative enough or not high enough, or that it wasn't quite meeting the 2019 targets, then we would divert that request over to the right-hand side under local assessments, where we would begin a much more robust look at other evidence, and that's really getting into this alternate body of evidence. So then we would move into looking at local assessments. We are currently working quite hard, and this is where it's helpful if you have questions, that we've got Marie Hitchton on the line as well, looking at what would those thresholds be. We are proposing that only nationally normed and valid and reliable assessments would be considered. So locally developed assessments would not work for this process. So the department is working on establishing what those thresholds would need to be for those local assessments. If those meet expectations, then we would move on to the next part of the qualitative review. If they don't meet expectations, then that's one of those checkpoints where we would say your data is not there. It's just we don't have enough data, or it's not actually showing enough progress to warrant an improvement plan type. So we would recommend that we stop this review. Again, with that eye toward keeping the focus on conserving local and state resources. If the local assessment data does look promising, then we would head into that qualitative review. As you go down the middle of this flow map, then we would look at that plan first. So the department already does quite a bit of review on all of these schools and districts' unified improvement plans. If there's concerns and feedback has been given that there's still more work to be done, we would give them the opportunity to revise those, and we will provide technical assistance. But that plan has to meet expectations and show promise. And then they would be able to move on to the state review panel. For the state review panel, we're currently working on revising their protocol so that it fits this process better, as well as the recommendation report. But if the site visit demonstrates strong implementation, then that would lead to a recommendation of a new plan type. Whereas if that site visit does not show strong implementation, then that's where we would probably not recommend, that's where we would not recommend a different plan type for that school or district. So hopefully that is helping to lay out the logic of what we're proposing. This is what's captured in the proposed rules. If we move on to the next slide. I had mentioned before that we have been engaging considerably with our stakeholders, and Dr. Hannaford also mentioned that as well. So the group that I really want to underscore that has provided the most assistance in working with us has been the accountability work group. This is a representative group of schools and districts and various education groups from around the state that advise the department on implementing state and federal accountability policies. We had a smaller group that was very dedicated and spent 2.5 hours every other week between December and May to help design this proposal. So it was a big time investment, but they really stuck it out and gave us a lot of advice. The next slide will go into what their recommendations were. I also want to point out that we've done considerable consultation with groups like the Technical Advisory Panel, the Association of Education Evaluators, the 6Cs, the K-12 advocacy groups, and then we also reached out to districts that were eligible for this process to see if they had any feedback as well. So again, lots of conversation and listening and trying to incorporate feedback into the process. So if we go to the next slide, I won't read through all of the one more slide. There you go. Thank you. I won't go into all of the recommendations, but as you read through the accountability work group's recommendations, hopefully you will see all of their recommendations showing up in what I just walked you through, as well as the proposed rules. I really want to call out that they did a fantastic job of holding this process to a higher standard, but still trying to weigh that with what would be feasible and doable for schools and districts at the same time. So that was the big balancing act that group helped us to play with in this proposal. So those recommendations are there for you to look through. I think we can move on to the next slide. These are just links that you're really curious to dig in much more deeply on any of those things that I referenced. So I think we can just end up with this final slide on the discussion and vote. Just to orient you a little bit to those attachments that I talked about, if you look at the clean version of the rules, you'll see that it is divided up into two main sections. 5.0 is focused on districts and how the request to reconsider process would work for them. And then section 8.0 is focused on schools. Both sections, you'll see very similar language. We tried to keep them as aligned as much as possible. There are a few subtle differences here and there, but for the most part, those are very similarly worded. So with that, I'm going to stop and open it up to any questions. And again, this is where I would invite my colleagues to chime in as well.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, I'd like to have a motion on the floor, and this is just to approve notice of rulemaking today. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the notice of rulemaking for the rules for the administration of statewide accountability measures for the Colorado Public School System, Charter School Institute, public school districts, and public schools, 1 CCR 301-1.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, I will go down the line and ask if you have questions or comments. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question that maybe Ms. Medler can help me with. I think I know what site visits have been, but now I'm wondering, what's the definition of a site visit? Is it remote? Is it in person? Are there several different ones in this? Can you just give me a little definition there?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Great question. This is something that I feel like this board has some experience with. So let me just remind you, on those state review panel visits, thus far, you have gotten reports from the state review panel when a school or district is at the end of the clock. They've had 5 years on the clock, and then they give a recommendation on next steps for the state board. You've also seen reports from them on progress monitoring once action has been proposed. For this process, what we've discussed And we've even had some of the state review panelists as some of our stakeholder to give us advice on this process as well. So they're very familiar with the process. The recommendation has been to take that progress monitoring protocol and use most of the protocols. So site visits, that includes focus groups with teachers and school and district leaders, classroom visits. This past year with the pandemic, we have offered remote visits as well as in-person, whatever the school or district's comfortable with. We can continue to do that next year. I think as things have opened up, people have wanted the panelists to come in person, just because it helps to have face-to-face conversations for this kind of visit. So they would use a similar process. I think the big difference is the report that they would provide to you and to us. And that is, rather than providing a recommendation on external management, they would be providing recommendations on whether a better description of the school or district's progress is at the improvement level, or they should be remaining more at the priority improvement level. So I think probably the biggest difference you would see is in that report format.
I have a further question too. When you come back and talk to us about some of these that have not gotten off the clock or are maintaining or going down, I was wondering, can you provide to us 2019, the number of students that were in the school, and then when you come before us, the number of students, because that could make a significant difference if it's not either spelled out in the visits or just because of who left. And so whether it's a district or a school, I think those numbers might be something we would like to consider. And those are the only questions I have.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Medler. I do have a question. So for the accountability rating to change, a district or a school must request such change. It's not something the department's going to do. Correct?
Madam Chair, let me give you one little distinction that we have been talking about, because this might be what you're hitting on. So for that, when you think back to that flow map that I showed you, where we look at state assessment results first, what we are talking about doing is running an analysis on any of those eligible schools or districts, and then we will let them know if they're eligible for that expedited process. So we'll reach out to them, and then that might help them decide. If they're in the boat where they need to provide us with local data, then yes, they would be indicating to us, we want to pursue this process. We are interested in moving there. So we're trying to streamline this as much as possible to lift some of the burden.
But let me make sure I formulate my question correctly. The change is requested from the district or the school. CDE is not going out and saying, hey, what have you got?
So it's based on the request from the district. So okay. The school, if a school's interested, they need to work through their district.
Okay, and as far as what's allowed, it would be things like the MAPS test, Acadia, things that are nationally normed. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Scheffel?
Yeah, thank you for the information. I think what we're trying to do, right, is really look at what amendments make sense in the context of the pandemic that creates a context for fairness while still keeping a point focus on awareness and support for schools that really need to move out of some of these really challenging categories on behalf of their students. In your view, do you feel like we're at a place where we have enough feedback to kind of get a sense of that direction? Like your presentation was very detailed. And there's just a couple of things in there really that create the conditions for the amendments and the differences. Do you sense that you've gotten enough feedback thus far to understand what creates fairness while still continuing, not really pressure, but focus on, the awareness and support that some of these districts and schools need?
Madam Chair, so I would say that we have engaged considerably with the field and with different organizations around the state. So we've gotten a lot of feedback. Certainly, if these rules are noticed over the summer, more feedback could be provided that we would take a further look at, and you all might have further feedback as well. So I would like to say, yes, we've engaged in a pretty thorough feedback process, but there is still room for further feedback.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you. I think it's going to be a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions at this time.
Board Member Escarzico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I think I just have a couple clarifying questions for Ms. Medler. So going back to the plan types, just to be clear, let's say I am a school and I'm on year 3 of the clock and I'm currently sitting at priority improvement. I submit and I get my reconsideration and it's approved. And you now say, oh, I'm on an improvement plan. But I am still year 3 on the clock and I must be improvement for 2 more years, right? That improvement year does not count as being a year into that clock, right? So in other words, there's no movement there. And so when I first, and I, when I look at the legislation, part of me was like, then why would someone bother? Because it really doesn't help you. But thinking about it, it's my understanding is that, but then I get to show my community that I have improved and that we're working through, and it just is a better reflection of where we're at. Okay, so I'm clear on that. Good. The second thing is, yes, in kind of going to Member Esser's question, for reconsideration, we would get a list of schools from CDE that would say, hey, here's ones that just based on data, we think look like they may be eligible. You may want to consider them. And that was very helpful when you're dealing with all the schools that we had to tackle those first. And it was very helpful. And you're going to do the same thing here, which means you've got some rules in mind as far as what percentage of participation rate on these latest state assessments are you looking at that would say automatically that looks good. And I think I've heard 85, but I don't know, maybe Marie has a number, whatever you're looking at. And then you're going to drop maybe below that, but look at representation, yes? Can you help clarify that?
Madam Chair, I will get us started and then we'll see if that's enough. And if we need to, we've got an expert here on the phone, Marie, who can jump in. But the way we've been talking about it is I can't give you an exact, like this is the participation rate yet, like we have been able to in the past. 85 has been kind of the threshold in the past. I think what we need to do over this summer is do that kind of analysis on what are our participation levels like, what is representative across the state within schools. So that's a little bit more of the detail. So I can't give you an exact number, but that is some of the work that will be done over this summer. And we have groups lined up, such as the TAP, to consult with, because that has implications for things like the growth model. So if you want to go a little bit more detailed, we can, and I can pull in Marie.
I love Marie. I would love to hear from Marie. She wants to just give a thought.
Yes, happy to chime in on this one because you've asked what is, from my perspective, sort of the $1 million question for this year. It's how do we decide if the the state results that we're seeing from this very strange, 2020-2021 school year, and the required assessments and the required grades and the required content areas, and with all of the remote instruction that we know has been happening. It's how do we establish that, yes, these results are, appropriate for use in this kind of a request to reconsider purpose. And so what I will also say is, as Lisa said, we're going to be working with our technical advisory panel, and we are also engaging some of our partners that we work with pretty extensively. So the National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment. So that's Damien Biederbenner, who runs the growth model. So we're working really closely with him on some of these same questions. And then we've also enlisted our help at CU Boulder's Center for Assessment, Design, Research, and Evaluation to, again, assist us as we try to figure out how to establish acceptable participation and representativeness expectations. So what I will say is, there's a lot of work that we're doing right now, but we just don't have any absolute answers at this moment.
And there's
Sorry,
the laugh. Thank you.
That.
There's the, I appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are we handling it if a school or district is right on the cusp 2 years in a row? If they're granted reconsideration and their request is granted, and then it happens again and they miss it by that much, how do we handle that?
Madam Chair, I'll start us off. So really this is about establishing thresholds and trying to be consistent. And there are times when it's very close, but at some point we need to hold the line. And I think as a board, you have seen some of those close calls and have gotten letters and requests to go further than what the department is recommending. It's hard, but we are working hard and working with the field to establish those thresholds on the front end and stick to them. So it is very possible that we could recommend a school or district to raise to an improvement level. And when our accountability system resumes, that they could fall back into priority improvement or turnaround. And that's what would happen. The request to reconsider process would be available to them. Again, they could reapply. But if they remain on the clock, they would pick up from where they were on those years. So in the example from Board Member Escarzaga, you've got a priority improvement year 3. They're on improvement for this one special year. They fall back on a priority improvement, they would advance to year 4 on the clock. Does that answer your question?
I think so. And I don't think I have further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the vote?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Medler, and thank you, colleagues. That is all for today. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Madam Chair, could I just ask one of the technical people to give me a call? I'm having some problems with my state computer, or to stay on the line here or something.
Ms. Maramba, can you do that, please?
Yes.